Thank you. All right. I hereby call this meeting to order at 7:08 p.m. and I hereby yield to Pro Tempore Kehoe.
Thank you. Pledge of Allegiance, Chair Mitchinson.
Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for the national anthem. Roll call and verification of quorum. Chair Hall.
Okay, I'm here. Pro Tem Kehoe,
Present.
Senator Moule,
Here.
Chair Maton,
Present.
Senator Dench, Chair Bertram,
Present.
Vice Chair Richard,
Present.
Chair Mitchinson,
Present.
Senator Hedman, Chair Temple,
Present.
Speaker Ananobi,
Here.
Chair Wanjin,
Present.
Senator Simcoe,
Present.
Chair Block,
Here.
Vice Chair Amin, D-Leg Bonifant,
Present.
Chair Galloway, Vice Chair Foster, Chair Gell,
Present.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Here.
Senator Patel,
Here.
Senator Jacobs,
Here.
Isur Magdadaro,
Present.
Vice Chair Casas,
Here.
Senator Collins,
Present.
Chair Holmes,
Present.
Chair Cerisi, Chair Duque,
Here.
Ayala Puerta,
Present.
ELA Jimenez,
Present.
and Vice Chair Boysen.
Present.
Okay, with 29 out of 31, quorum is verified.
Thank you. Approval of the minutes. Please take a look at last meeting's minutes. Chair Temple.
Move to approve last meeting's minutes.
There's been a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the minutes stand approved. Approval of the agenda. Please take a look at today's agenda. Chair Duque.
Move to approve today's agenda.
There's been a motion to approve today's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Chair Block? No. Were you going to make a motion?
Move to go to Fiscal Committee Report, CRT Committee.
There's been a motion to go to Fiscal Committee Report, CRT Committee. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are there. Chair Block?
All right. Hi, everyone. This week, CRT hit 300 allocations in committee. This week, we approved 17 allocations. We PPI'd 1. This week was CRT's final committee meeting. I am beyond grateful to have been able to lead CRT since the beginning of this session. and to have been able to aid students in the funding process. I've learned so much in this position and hope to see the committee succeed in the future. As a closing note, Street emailed over their experience with the committee throughout the funding process and asked that I forward it to our members. As CRT is no longer meeting, I just wanted to read it here. They said the conference was really awesome and a lot of novel carbon emission-free technology was discussed. The tutorial sessions were pretty useful for the undergraduate students and first-time conference participants. Many valuable connections were made, and 2 students are discussing internship opportunities based on the event. Thank you for making this possible. And with that, Jonathan, are you ready? I yield to my vice chair.
Hello, guys. So this week we had toffee Oreos to round out our CRT Oreos. The general consensus from the committee was positive, but the carrot cake remained supreme as the best specialty flavor. But the CRT committee, I think, liked the mint Oreos best. Vice Chair Richard said they tasted like molasses, Block said they tasted like coffee, and Gell called them iconic. And kind of to round this out, the best quote of the meeting was when Pro Temp Kehoe told an RSO they were living his high school musical dream because they were visiting a decathlon.
Yeah. Are there any questions? Chair Block?
Move to return to open forum.
There's been a motion to return to open forum. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are there. Ariane Block.
It looked green. So I have been a senator since June of 2020 when I was appointed into the 52nd session. Joining Senate was and is one of the best decisions I have ever made. You all offered me friendship, support, and opportunities I never thought possible. I began the 53rd session at one of my lowest points. I was in the hospital and dealing with a myriad of personal issues. Having the support of those within Senate allowed me to once again feel confident in myself, and for that, I'll be eternally grateful. Throughout my time as a member of this body, I have done my best to advocate for students, uphold statutes, and complete my senatorial responsibilities. Additionally, I have held various leadership positions, including Women's Caucus Vice Chair, ENA Vice Chair, Finance Office Vice Chair, and CRT Chair. At each of these positions, I did all I could to perform to the best of my abilities and act in the best interest of the student body I was elected to represent. I wrote almost every form of legislation with the intention of being better able to serve our students through these changes and declarations. As CRT chair, I spent my winter break in budget hearings fighting for CRT's funds to ensure Senate was able to continue their high capacity of funding in the future. Throughout this session, we were able to fund RSOs and individuals from a wide range of disciplines and backgrounds. I worked with individuals who did not speak English as a first language to ensure our procedures and policies were accessible to all. In fiscal leadership meetings, I have brought up the need to revise how we present fiscal policy so it can be best understood. I reviewed Appendix A with my committee and introduced changes to ensure we were able to serve as many students as possible. Unfortunately, I was let down. Before I go through my reasons for resigning, I want to be clear that I expect to be treated with respect throughout the duration of this speech. For those who are unaware, CRT chair is, if not the most overwhelming position, or chair position. In the fall semester, I reached out to our advisor asking for a one-on-one to discuss the difficulties of my position and potentially come up with solutions. This meeting was canceled and not effectively rescheduled. I never felt I had appropriate advising. Upon becoming chair of CRT, Aja, our former grad assistant, was assigned to advise my committee. While Aja met with me and listened to my concerns, she was not as knowledgeable on the specific needs of a fiscal committee, which made it difficult for her to advise me. In the beginning of this semester, I reached out to Speaker Ananobi and Pro Tempore Kehoe after not having my needs met by our student government advisor. I sent a lengthy email explaining how overworked I was and provided potential solutions within the email. Speaker Ananobi agreed to meet, but stated she would want our advisor there to help mitigate my concerns. At this time, our advisor was out for an indefinite period of time, so the issue became lost. I recognize that I could have done more to ask for help. However, I do work a second job, and I am pursuing an engineering degree. This, combined with my CRT workload, meant that a meeting to discuss these ongoing concerns were not a top priority for me. Instead, I made it work. I pulled in my vice chair, and we worked to get our committee running as smoothly as possible. Jonathan has done more work than I ever have in my vice chair positions, and without him, I don't know where this committee would be. Additionally, Pro Temp Keough has repeatedly made himself available to listen to my concerns and help with coming up with solutions. I first want to apologize to the RSO that this pertains to. This is a situation which should have never escalated this far. I recognize that there was miscommunication and potentially incorrect information provided to you. I hope in the future, senators are better trained to advise on fiscal guidelines and able to respect the will of the committee while communicating appropriately with the chair. I want all senators in the room to know that it is okay to ask for help and clarification if you are unsure if something is possible. Now, I hope you all can take the time to understand where I'm coming from and put yourself in my position. First off, I would like to apologize for any behavior on the floor last week or at our last meeting, which came across as unprofessional. I recognize that some of my actions may have been over-emotional due to how overwhelmed I was with the situation. Second, I feel I disappointed you all. An allocation and its associated problems should not have consumed a Senate meeting in the manner it did. I take responsibility for letting this situation get so far out of hand. However, I do want to make it clear that this was never an issue of bias or discrimination. CRT's committee tracker is available in our Senate Drive if you are interested in seeing the variety of individuals and RSOs we have funded over the course of this session. We received an allocation request for transportation from an RSO, and they were scheduled to attend a CRT meeting. After no showing to their initial CRT meeting, I reached out to their treasurer and asked if they would like to be scheduled for our next scheduled meeting. The RSO was in attendance the following week. However, the committee as a whole had concerns regarding the RSO's knowledge of our funding process and what would be expected of them. We postponed the request that week and asked that they review the financial training modules along with CRT's spending policy. For clarification, both of those resources are linked in the Night Connect form RSOs and individuals use to submit those requests. Following this meeting, individuals within the RSO submitted their own Night Connect submissions requesting funding for registration. Our spending policy states, CRT shall not fund students who are seeking funding through any combination of individual allocations, RSO allocations, and bills for the same conference. This is a spending policy that has been seen and passed multiple times by this legislative session. I reached out to the treasurer and individuals informing them of our inability to fund both allocation types. The treasurer reached out for a clarification, which I provided over email. The RSOs and individuals then no-showed to the following CRT meeting. At this point, a majority of the committee felt comfortable denying the group of allocations. As a committee, we discussed that we would feel most comfortable accepting the group allocation request. A portion of members had submitted individual allocation requests, but any others would be outside of the timeline to be seen that week. This would mean that not all of the members would be able to be funded through individual requests. Additional concerns were due to the large quantity, concerns with financial training, lack of communication, and a close deadline, as the individual submissions stated funding was needed by March 22nd. Brody did advise us during the third meeting seeing this request that we should be understanding. However, this was after he slept through a large portion of the CRT meeting. Due to this, I'm unsure if he fully understood the concerns our committee presented. If an RSO or individual no-shows twice consecutively, it is common practice for us to deny their request. Senator Gell then offered to attend their general body meeting to check in with the RSO, an effort that had not been attempted for any other RSOs prior. She informed me the following day that the RSO would like to utilize individual allocation requests instead. That course of action would have required adding additional allocation requests outside of the timeline without my prior notice or approval. This incorrect information provided to the RSO complicated the process further for our fiscal leadership team and the RSO. Throughout that day, our Night Connect form received several requests from the individuals within the RSO. I typically work my internship all day Thursday and was quickly becoming overwhelmed with the situation as it had clearly not been resolved by the attendance at their general body meeting. I went to speak with the student government advisor that morning and stated that I felt uncomfortable accepting this group of allocations outside of the 48-hour window explicitly stated in our spending policy. This was due in part to the overwhelming amount of data entry this would require in a short amount of time, and concerns that this many individual requests would overwhelm the accountants we work with. Based on my experience working with the business office, I believe submitting one RSO allocation would better ensure they would be able to be funded in time for their conference. Even though we have submitted groups of individual allocations for RSOs in the past, this was typically pre-planned and done well ahead of the conference date. Our advisor offered to work with Senator Gell on the matter and told me he thought it would be best if I take a break and stay out of the office throughout that Thursday. Our advisor had been missing so often in the past, I did not feel confident this would occur. I reached out to the ORS chair as the situation could potentially affect his committee, and I felt he was equipped to advise. The ORS chair spent a majority of March 3rd working with Speaker Ananobi and the business office to devise a solution. I spoke with both of them over the phone and tried to aid as much as I could while working my internship. I was later informed that during a conversation Sean had with Brody, it was implied by Brody that CRT was biased against the RSO as a committee due to their primarily white membership. This is a strong allegation and one I do not take lightly. I believe the intricacies of the situation were ignored while coming to this conclusion. I find this statement about my committee behind my back by an advisor to be highly inappropriate and uncalled for. I know not only myself, but members of my committee were hurt by these words and allegations. In my opinion, there are better ways to address such concerns. At this point, I felt the situation was completely out of control and informed the ORS chair of my intentions to resign that evening due to the emotional toll and stress the situation had caused me. Upon speaking with VP Wilson and my vice chair, I came to the decision to stay in order to run our last CRT meeting, which took place yesterday. I did not want to place a burden like that on my vice chair or risk the funding process for other RSOs and individuals who had no part in these internal difficulties. I have spent time going through and adjusting Appendix A, CRT spending policy, to ensure that the timeline was appropriate and on par with the requirements set by the business office. During the last Senate meeting, I feel as though these policies were blatantly disregarded. Senator Gell informed Chair Mitchinson and me during the recess that she believes sometimes rules need to be ignored, despite my explanation of my concerns with the group of allocation requests. I felt as though her advising of the RSO added further confusion to the process. I made it clear the importance of statutes and how uncomfortable I felt. During CRT's Discovery Caucus meeting, Senator Gell expressed that she believed the actions of the committee were due to internal biases. These words were unprofessional given the circumstances, uncalled for, and frankly, hurtful. We should always advocate for our students. However, advocating is often more effective when done in a professional and less confrontational manner. All of this to say, I do believe everyone involved was doing their best to advocate for students in their own way. None of what I have said was to attack specific individuals or their character, but simply to make us more aware of our actions. I hope the future 54th legislative body considers with great caution who you elect as CRT chair. It is a demanding position that requires a high-level understanding of statutes and the ability to make difficult decisions. It is one where professionalism is one of the utmost importance. Senators who are repeatedly unprofessional, confrontational, and disregard statutes should bring up red flags. I am so saddened to be ending my time in Senate this way and hope you will all consider my position and the difficulties I have faced here. I am so thankful for the friends I have made and the experiences I have had along the way, and refuse to let this instance taint my love for the people in this room. However, I do not feel comfortable having to interact with certain individuals any further. And with that, I hereby resign as a senator for the College of Engineering and Computer Science, seat number 5. Thank you, guys.
Any other non-senators wishing to speak during open forum? Seeing none, announcements from the student body president, Attorney General Soto.
Hello, everyone. As she had a prior commitment before being able to attend, but she has sent me in her place. President Hall wanted to announce that the Pegasus Penthouse will have its opening March 25th from 3 to 5 p.m. Also, it's important to note that the Woman Empowerment Conference will be happening on March 24th at 10:30 a.m. Please make sure to reach out and to the appropriate parties, including JP in the back. He'd be happy to answer any questions about visiting those events. I also wanted to note that Universal Nights ticket distribution will be happening very, very soon. Please fill the form that you have received in your emails. And if you have any questions, once again, JP is happy to answer them. Finally, as always, with that vibrancy that I cannot communicate and that excitement that Meg brings, she wishes you a happy week. So that is President Hall's announcements.
Thank you, AG Soto. If you have any questions, feel free to email President Hall. Announcements from the Student Body Vice President, none. Comptroller's report, Comptroller Fabregas. Are you doing that?
I am.
Okay.
Yes, you will see me here for a tiny bit longer than expected. Comptroller Fabregas wants to remind you that Finance Office will be happening tomorrow at 10 a.m. I will be there, so if you are there as well, please say hi. The CRT account balance is $355,726.70 and a reversion rate of 17.558%. FAO current account balance is $114,578.18 and a reversion rate of 23.432%. Any questions can be forwarded to Comptroller Fabregas.
Thank you. Cabinet Forum, Chief of Staff, none. Deputy Chief of Staff, none. Attorney General, AG Soto.
Would you look at that? Third time's a charm. Okay. I'll wait for the presentation to be able to come up. So last Senate meeting, I told you guys that I would have findings about student government corruption ready for you guys. And after an extenuous and long review, I am happy to announce that I have the investigation's results here with me. I want to make sure that before we start, I know that there are some statutory concerns that I will partly address in the final aspect of this presentation. I'd just like to remind everyone that these are about concerns of corruption, and that will be the primary focus of the presentation. But feel free to ask any questions at the end. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the quick rundown of this investigative outline. So we will start with a brief background, which will include a small timeline of what happened before, during, and after the Senate meeting, last Senate meeting. We will discuss the methodology of this investigation, the main findings, evidence, as well as some minor findings of that evidence, and some recommendations that I have for you guys and for every student government agent. So, okay, the brief background. Okay, so initial contact was made by Megan Austin to me when they shared on March 2nd that candidate Macias had corruption concerns. Immediately, I emailed candidate Macias requesting a meeting to address any concerns. This was the day prior to the Senate meeting. Next slide. So after that disclosure on March 2nd, the Senate meeting happened on March 3rd, which had a lengthy discussion at open forum and later on in my announcements, which I apologize for. Hopefully this will be shorter than that. Next slide. On March 4th, the candidate responded at 3:50 p.m. asking for various one-on-one meetings. Thankfully, she didn't ask for the 24 hours that she initially requested, though this was the Friday before spring break, and sadly, I was at my mom's house, so I couldn't get to that until later. Next slide. So, but nonetheless, we had meetings on March 14th and March 15th. I believe that March 14th was this Monday and March 15th this Tuesday. 2-hour-long meetings held with candidate Macias to discuss her concerns. These included concerns not only about statutes, but I also wanted to just talk with her to confirm that she actually had concerns about corruption and not just overall concerns about statutory concepts. Next slide. Your concerns are primarily about corruption pertaining to the supervisor of elections. Like
No,
that.
I didn't say that in the meeting. And I wish it was honestly recorded.
So I won't go to the next slide just yet. The reason why I'm putting this video right here is just to make it clear that candidate Macias denied that she ever made allegations specifically about corruption, but rather in the next clip that I'll show you about one of our Zoom meetings, she'll explain what she did mean when she spoke with Megan Austin.
Document met with Megan Austin about this, and then our time was cut short. Obviously, we weren't gonna be able to go over all the questions, but at the end, I said, please take a look at title.
Oh, it seemed to come short. She goes on to say, please look at Title 11, and to make sure that all the statutory duties were being completed. I'm happy to forward this complete video to you guys. And actually, next slide will touch upon exactly what she was referencing. Chapter 11, 1100, or Title 11, point 12, which says that student government agents must disclose all knowledge of student government corruption. Next slide. Specifically, corruption is defined in Title 2. That should be Title 2 over there. The act of corruption is an act of student government officials who unlawfully and wrongfully use their position to benefit themselves or another person. There's, of course, added verbiage to the definition, but that is the core of it. Just want to highlight the important part. We can move on. So I want to make an important note, and I have the full Zoom recording. It's about 46 minutes. I'm not sure you want to sit through that, but I'm happy to provide it. Candidate Macias made it clear that she did not allege that the supervisor of election was corrupt, rather that he did not fulfill his duties adequately. And that is something that we'll address, and I'm sure that Chief Justice will also address. So let's talk about the methodology. There are two questions considered here. The first, did Supervisor of Elections Matan engage in unlawful and wrongful uses of his office to benefit himself, or another party? The reason why we're still considering this question even after candidate Macias denied any allegation is because I wanted to make sure that I provided this Senate with the adequate information regardless of whether she did not make that initial allegation. The second question that will be considered was there any other instance of corruption present as it pertains to the election? I can move forward. Cool. So here are a number of things that I did to collect information. I met with candidate Macias to confirm the concern, as well as to gather any other piece of information she'd want to share with me. I spoke with Supervisor Matan, which provided me with tangible evidence that was previously submitted for a public records request. And finally, I reviewed the evidence submitted for contestment. So here are my main findings. The supervisor of election did not engage in any unlawful and wrongful uses of his office to benefit himself or another party. And second, in any other instance of corruption, there was no instance of corruption, as it pertains to the elections. Let's talk about the evidence behind that. Next slide. Okay, so the total pieces of evidence considered included 144 pieces of evidence, including Zoom recordings, email chains, public record text, and relevant screenshots of communications or of things that were posted. Sub findings for the communications. One of the findings that I wanted to highlight here is that the supervisor of elections engaged in administrative communications that did not benefit him, any candidate, or any other party in a matter that would sway the election. Further, the elections did not favor any particular candidate, nor were they conducted in a manner that benefited any given individual. No intervention existed that influenced the election from any other student government agent. Let's move forward to the next part. I would also like to highlight that of the 144 pieces of evidence, about 60 of them, or 60 to 80 of them in that range, were included in the contestment hearing. And in a unanimous opinion, the Judicial Council also found that there were no statutory concerns with the actions of the supervisor of elections, falling coherently with my findings. Next slide. So regardless of my findings, I did want to provide you guys with some next steps. It's important that we follow the checks and balance systems that's in place. We need to continue to engage in inquiry and conversation between branches just to make sure that we always are doing the right thing. All branches have always been open to address any concerns in a reasonable time frame. Please continue reviewing Title VI to update all the information regarding elections. And finally, I'm here for you guys. I'm not only happy to forward all pieces of evidence through a drive, but I'm also just happy to talk anytime. So feel free to reach out if you need anything, just for students or for student government as a whole. Any questions?
Any questions for AG Soto? Seeing none, thank you. Announcements from the Chief Justice Gamera.
Hello, everybody. Okay, so first we had 4 parking appeals today. The official opinion of the Judicial Council in regards to the contestant that we've all been talking about of the recent presidential election is up on the judicial website. If you go to judicial records on the right-hand corner, it is there. It is a file if you would like to look at it. I believe it is 4 or 5 pages long. And sorry about that. We will be tabling at the Scholars Day event this Saturday morning to welcome some talented admitted students. The deadline for the Student Conduct and Academic Integrity Board, I mentioned this last time, they did extend that deadline if you would like to be a part of that. So that's due on April 8th at 11:59 p.m. If you have any questions about that, please let me know. Any of the assistants know, justices know, we would love to talk about it. And Juice with the Justices is coming up. It's next Friday, and that is going to be from 1 to 4 p.m. at the Reflection Pond. That is all from me.
Thank you. Any questions for Chief Justice Gamera? Seeing none, thank you. Announcements from the Supervisor of Elections, none. Announcements from the Activity and Service Committee Vice Chair, none. Announcements from the Scholarship Committee Chair, Chair Greenway.
Yeah, so Brandon asked me to read his announcements for him today. So he says, hi, everyone. Spring scholarship deadline is tomorrow, March 18th. Recommendation letters can be submitted after this deadline. Scholarships passed this year will be due next week on March 25th. The SG APIDA Excellence Award, SG Graduate and Doctoral Cap and Gown Scholarship, SG Marching and Jamming Nights, and SG Disability Champion Award. Please reach out to Brandon Greenway if you have any questions or concerns.
Thank you. Yes, please email Brandon if you have any questions. Announcements from the Senate President, Speaker Ananobi.
Are you present and voting?
Chair Duque.
Hi. Just want to make sure that it's on the record that we asked Mr. Greenway to bring some updates on whether there was any possibility to make these scholarships more available and more available for a longer period of time for students to be able to attend. And I'd still love to hear that. So, Mr. Greenway, if you're hearing us, I'd love to hear you. Thank you.
Is there a motion for a non-committee member to speak? Director Fletcher?
I will share some information that Brandon shared for me, so I hope this clears up some things for you all. Please just give me a second to bring it up. So what he shared with me was that he did speak to the representative from the Office of Student Financial Assistance, and they were able to extend 5 of them. So the ones that Daisy had mentioned, and that's what we shared today. So the 5 that were passed in the committee today, they were able to extend those till next Friday. Unfortunately, that individual was unable to extend all of the other ones. So those ones are going to be due tomorrow. Yeah, so I hope that provides some clarification. Brandon did everything that he could, but unfortunately, it's more so something that like SG oversees what scholarships are initiated, but the rest of the process is something that's more so done by the financial office. So I hope that helps, Julian.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's it.
Any other hands? All right, announcements from the Senate President, Speaker Ananobi.
Alrighty. Hi, everyone. I am so shocked that we only have one more meeting left next week. I'm so proud of the hard work and advocacy you all do each and every week. Your hard work does not go unnoticed. As you see, Nathan is leading today. I will be attending a mass ceremony at 8 p.m., so I'm letting Pro Tempore Kehoe lead this meeting. He's going to do great. I'm also working with the student regarding limited to non-existent dining options during spring break and university holidays. I was just brought to my attention, and I know it's been an issue, but it's been resurfacing again, and it's really disheartening. So if you're interested or have received any similar complaints regarding this issue, please reach out to me. I'm going to start having some communications on trying to fix that for our students. Additionally, congratulations to all elected SG agents. I'm so excited for the advocacy that will commence and continue from the 54th legislative session. If you or any of your college peers were elected, please remind them of the Senate orientation that starts tomorrow at 9 a.m. in UCF Global Room 101. Today, I was able to moderate the UCF Student Government Political Town Hall, which was organized by GAC and Suedo, College Democrats, and College Republicans, or GOP. This event went really well, and shout out to the senators that I saw there. It was so nice seeing some familiar faces. This past week, I have been attending various meetings for the CCIE Dean Search, which have been going very well. I met with finalist Hayes this past Monday, and will be meeting with the remaining 2 finalists next week. Lastly, for a banquet update, I am finalizing details tomorrow. Food accommodations have been made, so if you sent any, I have accommodated for you the best that I could, and Celeste was very welcoming and open to that. And yeah, that's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions for Speaker Ananobi? All right. Internal Legislative Assistant Report, Aile Huerta.
Hey, Senate. Sorry. Today in SLC, we did our final mock Senate, and it went wonderfully. I'm so proud of how far the SLCers have come since the beginning of the program, and I'm so sad that our last meeting is next week. If any senators wish to attend, please do so. It'll be a bittersweet meeting. I also attended the political town hall, the College Republicans and the College Democrats debate, and acted as the fact checker. It was so fun. I thank Speaker Ananobi and GAC and Suedo for inviting me, but that's it for me.
Thank you. Any questions for Aile Huerta? Seeing none, External Legislative Assistant Report, Ela Jimenez.
Good evening, everyone, and happy St. Patty's, first of all. This week, we have our very last Dean meeting of the session for the College of Business Administration tomorrow at 9 a.m. in the Dean's Conference Room. This is very exciting, last Dean meeting of the session. Thank you to everyone who has come to a Dean meeting and participated in really great discussions. It's really been great to be in this position and attend all of the different colleges and see your different initiatives. As always, if any news outlets attempt to contact you, please reach out to me. And thank you again to everyone who's been doing this all semester. I really appreciate it. You guys have been really great. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ela Jimenez? Seeing none, Senate President Pro Tempore report, that's me. Just very quickly, if you missed my email yesterday, the College of Arts and Humanities has been gracious enough to provide us with some free tickets to see Shrek the Musical during UCF Celebrates the Arts. It's open to all student government agents. I linked the form to sign up. We only have 70, so if you're 71, you're out of luck. And unfortunately, if you're in the 54th session, you have Senate that night. So sorry. But there's also a code for $5 off a ticket to the symphony and jazz concert. And then just a reminder, if anybody reaches out to you or if you know anybody that might be going for a leadership position during the 54th session, especially if it's one that you occupy, please be willing and able to hear them out and maybe give some pointers on what might be helpful running in the position and serving in the position. So just keep that in mind as we close out this session. Any questions for me? Cool. Seeing none, Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs report, Deleg Bonifant.
Yeah, all right. So similar to what Pro Tem Kehoe shared, if you're interested in holding this position in the next session, please, I would be happy to talk to you about it. And just as a heads up, we do have the Eternal Nights proclamations tonight on second reading. So please just make sure y'all are paying attention and being respectful while we're seeing those.
Any questions for Deleg Bonifant? Seeing none, Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations report, Deeser Magdadara.
Hi, everyone. I just want to say congratulations for making it this far in Senate. We have come so far and we've done a lot of things, and I'm so proud of the advocacy that we've done and our growth as a body. And congratulations if you are going to be serving in the 54th session. That being said, if you have any questions about the role of the DSER, please feel free to reach out. I'd be happy to answer any of your questions. And yeah, happy St. Patty's Day.
Any questions for DSER Magdadaro? All right, seeing none, caucus reports. Asian Pacific Islander American Caucus, Chair Temple.
Buenas tardes, Senat. API caucus did not meet this week, but we have been very busy working on the anti-racist statement alongside Chair Holmes and the diversity inclusion coordinator Lee. Sorry, lost my train of thought here. Yes, APAM is finally upon us, ladies and gentlemen. APAC and their affiliate RSOs will be celebrating with a host of events from now to the 16th of April. And if you want to get involved, come to API Caucus or approach me or DSER Magdadaro for more information. Our final meeting for the session will be next Tuesday at 3 p.m. in the SG conference room, and we will be discussing our involvement in APAM and just a general debrief for the year session.
Thank you. Any questions for Chair Temple? Seeing none, Black Caucus, Chair Holmes.
Hi, everyone. We had our last meeting through Zoom this past Monday. We kickstarted our Protective Hairstyle Initiative with Shariah Brown, and we left it off for the next individuals who will be in the Black Caucus, so they're all set up for that initiative. We discussed changes to our proclamation and resolution. Chair Temple and the minutes provided by Senator Moll were a great help. Thank you so much for your direction. And also a thank you to my caucus members for being patient with me on Monday. I was still recovering from my procedure I had last Friday, so it was a doozy. But yeah, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Chair Holmes? Seeing none, Disability Caucus, Chair Cerisi.
Hello, everyone. The Disability Caucus had our last meeting of the session today. It was very sad. We discussed some initiatives for the next session, including our ex officio elections process and 2 proclamations that are being seen tonight. The Disability Awareness Fair was held this past Tuesday on Memory Mall and was an absolute success. We had around 65 to 70 students attend, but the engagement at the event was incredible, and students left having learned so much about disabilities, which was the whole goal of the event. Shout out to Coordinator Lee, the Disability Caucus, as well as all the volunteers and senators who came out to the event. It made me so happy to see so much student government collaboration. So thank you all. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Any questions for Chair Cerisi? Seeing none, Hispanic Latinx Caucus, Chair Duque.
Hola, Senado. We had our penultimate meeting where we spoke about some issues present in the current setup for Hispanic, Latino, Latinx student mental health resources. Today, I also attended the Excellence in Action Award ceremony that the Mass Office put together. I was so happy to see so many multicultural students with a 3.5 GPA or above, as well as VP Wilson and VP Guzman. I just realized they're both vice presidents. I will say, just a quick shout out, both Allison and Julia were awarded one of these wonderful certificates. So huge congrats to them, as well as to Speaker Ananobi, who is leaving for that ceremony. So today's pin is a Frida Kahlo pin, who is a historic Mexican woman in Latin and women's art history. She is also she was also disabled and was able to work through that to make incredible art. So if you don't know about her, please do search her up. And that's all for me. Vamos Knights.
Thank you. I do want to say Frida Kahlo is an amazing woman. I highly suggest researching if you haven't. Any questions for Chair Duque? All right, LGBTQ plus caucus, Chair Bertram.
Good evening, Senate. This week we met for the last time of the session. We just gathered some feedback from our RSOs for next session's caucus. Lastly, I just wanted to thank everybody who contributed to the caucus at any capacity this year. I think we began great work building relationships with RSOs, and it's been an honor serving as chair and serving our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Chair Bertram? Seeing none, Women's Caucus, Chair Gell.
Hi, everyone. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Women's Caucus has been going well. We did not meet this week, but we will be meeting next Monday at 2 p.m. in the conference room. And the following Monday, we'll be meeting the following Monday because we have a networking brunch, which is officially in action. It'll be on March 30th from 11 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. We'll be catering Starbucks. A little bit about this event. I just wanted to host a brunch for heavily women-dominated RSOs to connect with UCF women alum to get resources to give out to other students around campus. If you're looking to be a part of that or you want to come, please let me know and you're more than welcome to come. And yeah, that is pretty much it. If you have any questions about anything that's down the floor, anything in general, please come and talk to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Chair Gell? All righty. Oh, Chair Bertram?
Okay, perfect. Move to go to notice of legislation on second reading, resolutions, resolution 5338.
There's been a motion to move to internal legislation, notice of legislation on second reading, resolution 5338, resolution encouraging the University of Central Florida to support the use of open textbooks. SBA Chair Bertram, are there any objections? Seeing none, we are there. Is there a motion for speeches, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple.
Move for 3-minute speeches, unlimited questioning, unlimited debate.
There's been a motion for 3-minute speeches, unlimited questioning, and unlimited debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, 3 minutes starts whenever you're ready.
So hi everybody, this resolution was written in combination with Wiki Nights, which is an RSO that has been championing textbook affordability issues here at UCF. They have garnered support from several other RSOs to help ensure that UCF is maintaining its mission to provide increased affordability of instructional material through reducing costs. One way to achieve this goal is to support open textbooks, which are defined as online, free to access, easy to share, and affordable to print textbooks written by education professionals under an open license. These textbooks offer an affordable and flexible alternative to instructional material that is prohibitively expensive. In 2020, the Florida Department of Education concluded that Florida universities need to innovate and implement strategies to ensure access to high-quality education in an affordable manner, and open textbooks are one way to achieve this. I yield to questioning.
We are now in line for questioning. Any senators with questions? Deeser Magdadaro? D-Leg Bonifant?
So what feedback has either SBA or Wiki Nights gotten from faculty about this initiative?
SBA has not directly spoken with faculty. We have Wiki Nights here. I don't know if you want to comment on any conversations that you've had with faculty, if any.
Hello, I'm Vice President of Wiki Nights. Hello. We haven't really had, well, there have been multiple discussions with faculty. I think the most notable one was last academic year, where basically the school was considering changing their affordability policies with the first day. A lot of students decided that was not very good and preferred to be explicitly asked to be charged for textbooks or not. So there were about 1,000 signatures on a petition. And so we were able to make some change and allow that to happen. Generally, there are a lot of staff that are very supportive of us, and but nothing specific, just general consent that they don't want students to pay for textbooks either.
D-Leg Bonifant?
So this is both a question for Bertram, you're the introducer, yeah, for you as well as Wiki Nights that they'd like to share on this. But how would you feel about including either the faculty senate or like one of the specific committees that they have in the be it therefore resolved clause? Just because the faculty senate can effectively make like recommendations to UCF policy, and truly do not know if UCF policy has all that much about textbook affordability, but if we're considering things like that opt-in policy, that might be in there. So how would you feel about adding them as recipients?
Completely fine by me.
Yeah, I'm sorry, can you just repeat that? I was getting out the resolution and all that. My bad.
Yeah, so my question is how you all would feel about adding faculty senate or one of their committees to the therefore be it resolved clauses, which include like who the resolution is sent to, so we can just get some feedback from them. And part of my reasoning for potentially wanting to do that is that they can make recommendations for updates to UCF policy.
Yep, that sounds perfectly fine. I'm totally open to having a conversation about it. We're all about supporting that kind of thing. So that sounds perfectly good.
Chair Gal.
Yeah, I do remember in passing talking to Brandon Greenway, who sits on the textbook committee for Faculty Senate. So I'm not sure if we want to send it to that specific council of the Faculty Senate, but I think that would be a good idea considering their primary focus is textbooks for the university.
Would anyone like to answer that?
Yeah, I'm adding the chair of the committee right now to the resolution.
Senator Patel?
I just had a question. I know previously we've had a proclamation where we're trying to get like rent and if someone's taking over your rent reduced. And we know that we have certain partnerships with certain communities. So would this be in regarding to like the Barnes and Nobles and stuff on campus? So would that be a conflict if we have something with them already present?
So when it comes to textbook affordability and open textbooks, this is something that Provost Johnson has kind of taken charge with. Earlier in the Senate session, we had a presentation on the AIM initiative, which was the Affordable Instructional Materials Initiative. And so part of that included different areas such as like the first day, open educational resources, library source materials, and affordability counts. And so interactions with the bookstore are encompassed in that, but this is something that is like definitely a university affair that would be within our domain, if that answers your question.
Thank you.
Any other senators with questions? Vice Chair Costas?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. D-Leg Bonifant?
Move to see Bertram's amendment.
There's been a motion to see Chair Bertram's amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, it will be seen. Would you like to speak on it?
This is the update. Hamburg is the chair of the stated committee. I believe it's a joint committee.
Awesome. We're now in line for questioning. Vice Chair Richard.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate on the amendments. Are there any objections? We're now in debate. Vice Chair Richard.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Chair Bertram's amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 21 to 0, the amendments pass. We are still in debate over Resolution 5338. Vice Chair Costas.
Yeah, I wanted to encourage all my colleagues here to vote in favor of this resolution. I think it would ease the burdens on the shoulders of a lot of students and make sure that they can get the most out of their academic years here. And yeah, I hope this bill passes unanimously.
Vice Chair Boysen, you may retain.
Thank you. I would also like to voice my support of this resolution. And as a sponsor, I think it's amazing that we're working with all these different RSOs and really having their voices be heard. And this is something that the students have shown support in for many, many years, like we've stated before. And I just hope that we all vote in favor. And with that, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Resolution 5338. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 21 to 0, Resolution 5338 passes second reading. Would anyone like to make a motion to return to fiscal committee reports, FAO committee? Awesome. FAO committee report, Chair Matan.
Perfect. Good evening, everyone. So the budget update is there in the agenda. This week in FAO, we approved 8 allocations. We denied 1. I put it in the minutes, but they were requesting funds for a banquet, which per our spending policy, we can't. And we also postponed 9, a lot of which the RSO representative just couldn't make it to the meeting. FAO will be meeting next week. Since we had all those postponements, we will be having a meeting. If you are staying in the next session and just want to check out a fiscal committee, one that's not crazy long, or just interested in joining us for our last meeting, we'll be meeting Wednesday at 10 a.m. If you have any further questions or anything about the FAO like chair position, reach out to me and I'd be happy to help.
Any questions for Chair Matan? Chair Duque?
My only question is, what did CRT do to you for you to hit them that hard? I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
Would you like to answer that? Any other questions? All right, ORS committee, Chair Mitchinson.
Okay, this week in committee, we postponed 11 post-funding reviews due to the 4-week timeline preventing us from seeing them without representation, due to no communication from the RSOs and individuals. We also postponed the verification of purchase form for Night Raws to get an updated receipt and place the invoice that they provided. And then we also reviewed 3 post-funding forms.
Thank you. Any questions for Chair Mitchinson? All righty, seeing none. Fiscal legislation, notice of legislation on first reading, bills none, resolutions none, special acts none. Notice of legislation on third reading, bills none, resolutions none, special acts none. Notice of legislation on second reading, bills none, resolutions none, special acts none. Internal committee caucus time, none. Internal committee reports, ENA committee, Chair Wanjan.
Good evening, everyone. This week in ENA, we reviewed Chapter 601 of Title VI pertaining to the Election Commission, which we were also lucky enough to have them present. We are currently not planning to meet next week, but that may change if Supervisor DeLal submits the memorandum required of him by Title VI next week. Please reach out to me if you have any questions about this position.
Thank you. Any questions for Chair Wanjan? Seeing none, GAP committee, Vice Chair Boysen.
Hi, I'll be speaking on behalf of Rebecca today. So good evening, y'all. This week in committee we sponsored 2 proclamations that we'll be seeing later today. Day at the not day at the Capitol. Day at City Hall will be on Wednesday, March 30th from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. And lunch will be provided, I think it's Subway, just to put that in there. And if you're interested in attending, please fill out the link in the UCF SG Instagram bio. They are holding a few seats for student government agents, so please make sure to fill that out ASAP if you do want to attend.
Thank you. Any questions for Vice Chair Boysen? All righty. LJR committee, Vice Chair Cerisi.
Hello, everyone. We saw 28 absence requests this week, so shout out to the committee. I am not going to read all of them. You can look yourself. We saw Internal Bill 5327, which was approved 3-0, which we will see on second reading tonight. If you or anyone you know is interested in the LJR chair position, feel free to reach out.
Thank you. Any questions for Vice Chair Cerisi? Chair Duque?
Just for the record, why was Bercy's request tabled? I'm guessing it's because they're not a center yet, but I don't know.
So yeah, I moved to table that because I think he submitted something like, I have this obligation with no documentation. All of the absences that were postponed, they didn't submit any documentation. So they were just like really vague, and the committee wanted to see some proof of anything. But yeah, that's why.
Got it. Sorry, I thought he was the only one, but thank you very much for the clarification.
Any other questions? Okay, SBA Committee, Chair Bertram.
Good evening, Senate. This week, SBA passed 3 resolutions, 5 proclamations, and adopted and passed 2 more Eternal Nights proclamations. Speaking of Eternal Nights, if you have any questions or debate on any of the Eternal Nights proclamations that may impact how you vote, please voice them on the floor so we can discuss those concerns and address them. And lastly, our last meeting of the session will be next Monday at 12.
Thank you. Any questions for Chair Bertram? Seeing none. Confirmations, none. Internal legislation, notice of legislation on first reading, constitutional amendments, none. Bills, none. Resolutions, none. Proclamations, none. Special acts, none. Notice of legislation on third reading, constitutional amendments, none. Bills, none. Resolutions, none. Special acts, none. Notice of legislation on second reading, constitutional amendments, none. Bills, Internal Bill 5327, updates to Title III, enacting a no confidence process for ORS or LJR representatives, introduced by ORS Chair Mitchinson. 3 minutes starts whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So we just passed this in LJR this week. Pretty simple stuff. Basically, this just creates a no confidence process, or like a removal process for ORS and LJR representatives on ORS and LJR. So if those committees decided that for whatever reason they needed to remove one of those positions or someone from one of those positions, they have the option to do so. With that, I yield to any questions.
Thank you. We're now in line for questioning. Is there a motion for a non-committee member to speak? Alo?
Can I just ask that a member of the committee add the committee action onto the document, please? As I was not in attendance. Thank you.
Yes, very important, everyone. Any senators with questions? Vice Chair Cerisi.
Move to go to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Any senators wishing to debate? Deeser Magdadaro.
Seeing no other hands, may I retain to move to? I will be voting in favor. It's just another formality that we should outline in statutes. Anyway, in terms of like how it's worded, the verbiage, it looks pretty good. Pretty similar to how we've worded other sections in statutes that outline a vote of no confidence. Would that move to vote?
There's been a motion to vote on Internal Bill 5327. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 20 to 0 to 1, Internal Bill 5327 passes second reading. No clapping? Okay, cool. Cool. Moving on, resolutions. Oh, who just pressed that? Resolution 5337, resolution urging the University of Central Florida to begin phase 2 of the Performing Arts Center. Senator Moule, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So this resolution is pretty simple. In 2010, I believe, the Performing Arts Center finished phase 1, and now we are looking to enter phase 2 of the construction of the Performing Arts Center on campus. Currently, UCF is the only university in the state of Florida, the only major university which does not have its own Performing Arts Center. USF has one, FAU has one, all of those other universities have one. And so we, as the largest university in the country, would like to elevate ourselves to the same standard that other universities in the state have elevated themselves to. Currently, our students in some of our programs have to travel to a high school an hour away just to have a performing arts center that is adequate for their needs when they're performing. And we would just like to improve the situation that our students are going through when they're in those programs. This resolution has 100% support from all of the College of Arts and Humanities senators, and I'd like to see it with 100% of support of the people in this room here today.
Thank you. We're now in line for questioning. Any senators with questions? Chair Temple.
Motion to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Is that an objection? By the way, guys, when you have an objection, you can just say it. You don't have to raise your hand. Is that an objection?
I just wanted to ask if this resolution was shown to the Dean of the College of Arts and Humanities and what his thoughts were on it.
I can answer that question because I sent it. Yes, all of the deans have seen it. Yeah. Vice Chair Cerisi.
Move to go to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Chair Duque.
I really cannot wait for the PAC to be completed. I am super excited to come back as an alum and watch things there and all that kind of stuff. So I will be voting in favor. So if you don't mind, with that, I move to vote.
There's been a motion to go to voting procedures. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 20 to 0, Resolution 5337 passes second reading. Moving along, Resolution 5339, resolution advocating for Knights Helping Knights Pantry, donation bins in UCF housing and residence life communities, introduced by Senator Jacobs. Senator Jacobs, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
So I'll give a brief backstory of my motivation for making this resolution. So in spring 2021, I was part of ULE program called Civic Engagement, and one of the requirements for that program is make a service learning project. So my service learning project was basically trying to make more advocacy to eliminate food insecurity in the Central Florida area, as we do currently has one of the highest food insecurity rates in the state of Florida. So with that, we do have Knights Pantry here at UCF. I do volunteer there. And with that, I did send out a survey through Spring 21, asking students who didn't know Knights Pantry, didn't know about the many initiatives that they have and how any UCF student, they're able to get food from there. And many students were not aware of Knights Pantry. They're not aware that they were able to get food. On top of that, as being an RA, every semester, I see many students dumping out food that could easily go to another student in need. So with that, I definitely think by having bins, I did discuss this with the former Nice Pantry manager, Nicholas Wise, about possibly having bins in the different housing communities. Specifically, I do know there's currently bins, however, it's not labeled Nice Pantry. The bins I'm pertaining to, they have certain Nice Pantry bins in the business administration where it's actually labeled Nice Pantry. However, while talking to the manager, he did say they were trying to advocate that. However, it is a lot of money. So I'm hoping with this resolution, it will inspire UCF to possibly give Nice Pantry more funding to where they could implement these bins in the housing communities, which would bring more awareness to Nice Pantry to students, and they will donate food to Nice Pantry as well as making them realize the benefits of Nice Pantry. So with that, I yield the rest of my time and I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
We are now in line for questioning. Chair Galloway?
President voting.
So noted at 8:18 p.m. Any senators with questions? Aile Huerta?
Yeah, just really quick. I know that Senator Mole was like spearheading a project with Nice Pantry and that whole cool thing. Have you guys communicated regarding this?
Okay. So unfortunately, no, I do hope to communicate with him more so before third reading. So yeah.
Senator Moore?
Yeah, so like Senator Jacobs says, no, not yet. However, one of the things I brought up in debate in SBA was that through both of my meetings, both with the current directors of the pantry and last semester, when I started that whole initiative, was that donation bins was something that they brought up both times, basically saying if they wanted to expand their capacity in any sort of way, that sort of thing would be pretty much necessary in order to have enough food to accompany any of those expansions.
Aile Huerta?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Senator Patel.
I think this is a great idea. I personally, when I lived in a dorm, bought too many groceries, so I could have given a lot of those to other people. I was just too nervous to ask people, so a bin would be nice.
Chair Temple.
Yes, I would like to echo the sentiments of Senator Patel. I do, in fact, live in a dorm as well, so it would be really nice to see these close by in order to help students like donate their extra food. And just in a broader topic as well, like the issue of food insecurity for college students in particular is a very, very like vital issue that we need to discuss and take action for. And I love how Senator Jacobs has begun that initiative. So I'd encourage you all to vote highly in favor of this. And may I retain? Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Resolution 5339. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 22 to 0, Resolution 5339 passes second reading. Moving along, Resolution 5340, Resolution to promote anti-racism at the University of Central Florida, introduced by Black Caucus. Chair Holmes, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hi, all. So this is our anti-racism resolution that was brought up to us by the Diversity and Inclusion Coordinator, Adrian Lee. Basically, this just addresses a lot of the disparities that minorities experience in America and how UCF creates an inclusive and diverse campus to create a safe space for these students. You'll see in this resolution the Black/African American community, Hispanic/Latinx community, and Native American, Asian Pacific Islanders, how you say it? Okay, yeah, so you'll see a lot of those. Those are racial groups that we find here in the UCF campus, and if there's anything that needs to be added or anything, please feel free to. So yeah, thank you, and I yield my time.
We are now in line for questions. Chair Gall.
Hi, this is very well written legislation. My question would be, how did the people who wrote this go about in terms of picking what minority groups would be focused on in this legislation? Just from looking at this, I know that there are many Black students here on campus that are not African, they are Caribbean, and wondering about that. And I saw that we attached Muslim Student Association as well, but there is no instances of racism that I saw within this documentation of legislation about that, supporting those students. So I'm just wondering what groups were picked and why they were picked to be heavily talked about in this.
Well, these are racial groups, so color of the skin. So essentially, Hispanic people can be Black, part of the Black community. Muslims, they can be part of the Black community. Therefore, it's kind of the racial communities that I mentioned is kind of a blanket statement. So honestly, Caribbeans, they are Black. I actually am part Jamaican, so I identify as Black and African American. So that is why I didn't mention so many different ethnicities and nationalities.
Deesa Magdadaro.
May I address a question to Brody? Just to clarify, I know you said that suggestions on the document aren't necessarily amendments per se, but just to clarify, are the suggestions on the documents not amendments? Like these are actually what we're talking about, or like voting on, I mean, or are these like amendments? Sorry, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so I think what you're getting at is that like the point I think I was making the other day or last week or whenever it was, time's not real, is that just because there is a suggestion on the document doesn't necessarily mean it's an amendment. I think like because of the system we use with the suggestions in Google Docs, like we have to make some assumptions about intent, and hopefully the person is here and can speak to that. So yeah, technically until someone moves to amend the document, and we usually do that by moving to see the amendment, it's not an amendment as it stands, if that makes sense.
Is that a follow-up? Go ahead.
First of all, I just want to say this is a very well-written resolution. My question is, in the be it further resolved clause, is there any particular reason why the Dean of the College of Arts and Humanities specifically is receiving this as opposed to other college deans, just to clarify?
Personally, I have no idea because this was Adrian Lee put those therefore be it resolved clauses. She was here and I kind of messaged her like, hey, where are you? But I'm not specifically sure why, but I can follow up with her and message you specifically about that.
Chair Temple.
Yeah, point of information to that. I had actually talked with the coordinator Lee before the Senate meeting actually, and she had specified that she wanted to, I believe, arrange for the organization of a center that would involve the College of Arts and Humanities. I'll need to ask her more in detail about that because everything was in such a rush. So for the short end of it is we're trying to establish more to this resolution that would involve the College of Arts and Humanities.
Chair Duque.
Just two quick things on that point. There's also the fact that the College of Arts and Humanities is working with some money that was given to the university as a grant to help some Latino, Hispanic, Latino, Latinx students. And of course, that makes sense in this context. And then to Daisy's earlier point, yes, Hispanic or Latino is an ethnicity. But the reason why, of course, our caucus decided to sponsor this piece of legislation is because we felt it was necessary considering the fact that for Latinos and many other groups of Latinos and Hispanic people in the United States and outside of it, of course, are subject to a lot of racism. There are a lot of stats that are currently highlighted by me somewhere in the second and third page that Ethan gracefully added to this. I'm sure there are more. Of course, there's no way that we can add everything to this list because unfortunately our country is plagued with what is a sad pandemic of racism. But yeah, I fully support this piece of legislation, and I believe that the content in it is very good.
Any other senators with questions? D. Bonifant?
About one of Senator Temple's suggestions, a whereas clause, it's on, I just want to get to this before we actually propose it as an amendment. Page 2, about 3/4 of the way down. While 72% of Indian Americans have a bachelor's degree only, and then there's a period, and then 9% of Bhutanese Americans have one. Is that 0.9%? Is that 9%? Okay. Thank you.
I am terribly sorry. That is only supposed to say 9%. My iPad's a bit fidgety.
Any other senators with questions? D. Sir Magdadaro? There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Vice Chair Costas.
Yeah, again, I encourage all my colleagues to vote in favor of this resolution. It's beautifully researched, it's beautifully organized, and I think it combats a lot of the issues that some of our fellow senators have relayed to us today. So I encourage you all to vote in favor.
Chair Gall.
Move to see the block of amendments. Move to see the amendments on this resolution as a block.
There's been a motion to see all amendments on the page as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, would you like to speak on them?
Sorry, really quickly, because there's a lot of amendments on this. Now that we are seeing the amendments, please do not make any more suggestions because we cannot keep track of what's already there and what you've now changed in the next 10 minutes. So until the voting is done and they've all been accepted, don't make any more changes.
We are now in line for questioning. D. Bonifant?
Kind of along those lines, move to amend the motion to remove a block of amendments authored by Senator Holmes that starts with, or the block of amendments that starts with, give me a second, I'm trying to make sure these are all amendments because I can't tell what's highlighted and what's not. Whereas 23 of those 51 individuals passed due to the El Paso mass shooting in 2019, and then the following whereas clause. So I'm motioning to amend the motion to remove those two amendments from, or those two lines from the block of amendments.
There's been a motion to remove the whereas clauses regarding the El Paso mass shooting from the block of amendments. Are there any objections?
Yeah, so those two and the one previous, it's like all kind of the same sentence. And so I would just appreciate if Senator Holmes could maybe adjust those while we're debating all of the other amendments, and those particular ones can be fixed.
Chair Holmes?
Oh yeah, so there was a lot of repetitiveness in this part because I researched the El Paso and then I realized after I wrote all that stuff down that Chair Temple wrote about it, so it might be a little bit repetitive. But is it this, just for clarification, it's the whereas race-based attacks, is it that one? Or whereas 23, oh I see it. So to remove those? Would you want me to remove those?
It's just, we're not going to vote on them with the block. We're going to vote on them separately.
All right.
We're still in questioning on the block of amendments. Chair Duque.
Move to vote on the assumption that considering this is second reading, we'll do some editing for the next reading.
We're going to pretend like we moved to debate first, but there's been a motion to vote on the block of amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 19 to 0 to 0, the block of amendments passes. We are still in debate over Resolution 5340. Vice Chair Costas?
Move to vote.
I will not see that motion. Chair Holmes?
Can I see my comment as a technical? Good question. It was the first one, but Brody just dissolved it, I think.
Chair Duguay?
I think the only amendment that will not be approved by Brody now will be that whereas 23 of those 51 individuals. Is it possible to just remove that amendment and considering the fact that it's already in there? May I make a motion? Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Resolution 5340. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 22 to 0 to 0, Resolution 5340 passes second reading. Moving along, proclamations. Proclamation 5311, proclamation in memory of UCF student Deborah Levy, introduced by Chair Bertram. 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Sorry, let me pull it up. All right. Whereas the University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has been part of the UCF community, Deborah Levy was in the College of Community Innovation and Education, receiving a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. Deborah Levy is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Deborah dedicated her time to the U.S. federal government, working as a civil servant under the Department of Housing and Urban Development out of Detroit, Michigan. Deborah served as an Air Force reservist and spent time stationed in Fort Bragg, McChord Air Force Base, March Air Force Base, Homestead Air Force Base, and Patrick Air Force Base throughout her career. Deborah was a kind soul who cared deeply for others and went out of her way to make sure they felt admired and appreciated. Deborah lived life with intentionality, leaving others better off than how she met them. Deborah was an ordained minister and wedding officiator who went out of her way to meet with the couple she would soon wed to ensure that the ceremony was especially personal and always went the extra mile to make each couple's day special. Deborah was a loving mother, grandmother, and wife who helped her family grow through life's challenges by embodying compassion and kindness. Deborah was an outstanding student, and she consistently made the dean's list for maintaining an excellent GPA. Deborah also mentored younger students by holding study sessions in her own home. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Deborah Levy, and UCF shall always remember Deborah Levy with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, on behalf of the UCF student body, acknowledges and remembers the life of Deborah Levy, and that a copy of this proclamation be presented to the family of Deborah Levy at the Eternal Night ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time and that the UCF community will cherish Deborah Levy's memory.
Thank you. We are now in line for questioning. Aile Huerta.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Duque.
We should, of course, pass this proclamation solemnly, so I move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5311. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 22 to 0, Proclamation 5311 passes second reading. Proclamation 5312, Proclamation in memory of UCF student Cattle Whiteside, introduced by myself. My 3 minutes is starting now. Whereas the University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has been a part of the UCF community, Cattle Whiteside was in the College of Arts and Humanities receiving a bachelor's degree in linguistics and philosophy. Cattle Whiteside is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Cattle was an avid writer with a powerful voice and storytelling ability. Cattle crafted and published a novel, The Book of Cliff, in 2018 at only 20 years of age. Cattle held a wisdom at a young age that many will never possess. Cattle was also an entrepreneur with a constant need to learn and create. Cattle was a student of life, constantly yearning for an understanding of the world we occupy. Cattle was a powerful soul who impacted everyone he touched. Cattle was awarded a posthumous Bachelor's of Arts degree in 2021. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Cattle Whiteside, and UCF shall always remember Cattle Whiteside with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, on behalf of the UCF student body, acknowledges and remembers the life of Cattle Whiteside, and that a copy of this proclamation be presented to the family of Cattle Whiteside at the Eternal Night ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time and that the UCF community will cherish Cattle Whiteside's memory. We are now in line for questioning. D-Leg Bonifant.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Chair Duque.
I just happened to look up the book that Cattle wrote and just wanted to very briefly read this little piece from the backside cover, which ends, "All who ask what for, all who think they know, all creators and destroyers, all who climb mountains, this book is for you." This proclamation is for you. So I move to vote.
Just by the way, I bought the book and it's very good. I'm not finished yet, but there's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 22 to 0, Proclamation 5312 passes second reading. Proclamation 5313, Proclamation in memory of UCF student Malkia Williams, introduced by Women's Caucus Chair Gell. Chair Gell, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Awesome. So this proclamation is in memory of UCF student Malkia Williams, whereas the University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has been a part of the UCF community. Malkia Williams was in the College of Community Innovation and Education, receiving a master's degree in marriage, couple, and family therapy. Malkia Williams is remembered by family, friends, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Malkia worked at Oakwood University and the registrar's office. Malkia was known as a fierce and reliable person. Malkia lived a lighthearted and passionate life advocating for those in needs. Malkia's family, along with the Oakwood University, is in the process of creating a foundation in Malkia's name through the psychology department. This foundation would provide scholarships and group counseling support for students with any long-term medical conditions, so they would receive group reassurance of the importance of being consistent with their medications. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and I don't know how to pronounce that word. Untimely. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Untimely passing of Malkia Williams. And UCF shall always remember Malkia Williams with honor and respect. Therefore, it be resolved by the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida on behalf of the UCF student body, acknowledging and remembers the life of Malkia Williams. And that this copy of this proclamation be presented to the family of Malkia Williams at the Eternal Night ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time and that the UCF community will cherish Malkia Williams' memory.
We are now in line for questioning. Chair Temple.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5313. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 22 to 0, Proclamation 5313 passes second reading. Proclamation 5314, Proclamation in memory of UCF student Joshua Sanchez, introduced by Women's Caucus Chair Gal. 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Awesome. So this proclamation is in memory of UCF student Joshua Sanchez, whereas the University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has been a part of the UCF community. Joshua Sanchez was in the College of Business Administration receiving a bachelor's degree in accounting. Joshua Sanchez is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and a member of the UCF community. Joshua aspired to develop a lucrative career as a tax accountant. Joshua loved his friends and family, prioritizing others before himself. Joshua is known as a selfless person who made the people around him laugh. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with this tragic and untimely passing of Joshua Sanchez. And whereas UCF shall always remember Joshua Sanchez with honor and respect. Therefore, it be resolved by the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida on behalf of the UCF student body, acknowledges and remembers the life of Joshua Sanchez, and that a copy of this proclamation be presented to the family of Joshua Sanchez at the Eternal Night ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time and that the UCF community will cherish Joshua Sanchez's memory.
We are now in line for questioning. D-Leg Bonifant.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. D-Leg Bonifant.
Mayor Ratain. As I said previously, we should support this proclamation unanimously, and I encourage you all to vote in favor. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5314. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 21 to 0, Proclamation 5314 passes second reading. Proclamation 5315, proclamation in memory of UCF student Wendy Thurman, introduced by Vice Chair Boysen. Vice Chair Boysen, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. This proclamation is in memory of UCF student Wendy Thurman. The University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has been part of the UCF community. Wendy Thurman was in the College of Community Innovation and Education, receiving a bachelor's degree in legal studies. Wendy Thurman is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Wendy is remembered by faculty and staff for her honorable work in the legal department. Wendy was strong, intelligent, and embodied the attributes of a UCF knight. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Wendy Thurman, and UCF shall always remember Wendy Thurman with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, on behalf of the UCF student body, acknowledges and remembers the life of Wendy Thurman, and that a copy of this proclamation be presented to the family of Wendy Thurman at the Eternal Night Ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time, and that the UCF community will cherish Wendy Thurman's memory.
Thank you. We're now in line for questioning. Deesa Magdadara.
Move to go to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Chair Temple.
Mayor Artang. So I encourage my fellow senators to vote in favor of this bill unanimously, and may this person rest in peace. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5315. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 21 to 0, Proclamation 5315 passes second reading. Proclamation 5316, proclamation in memory of UCF student Daniel Zafra, introduced by Vice Chair Boysen. Vice Chair Boysen, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Proclamation in memory of UCF student Daniel Zafra. The University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has been part of the UCF community. Daniel Zafra was in the College of Business Administration, receiving a bachelor's degree in integrated business. Daniel Zafra is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Daniel was an exemplary member of the National Society of Collegiate Scholars. Daniel was on his way to becoming an entrepreneur with his commitment to the group on startups. Daniel stood out in his college with his skills in statistical data analysis and stellar communication. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Daniel Zafra, and UCF shall always remember Daniel Zafra with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, on behalf of the UCF student body, acknowledges and remembers the life of Daniel Zafra, and that a copy of this proclamation be presented to the family of Daniel Zafra at the Eternal Night Ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time, and that the UCF community will cherish Daniel Zafra's memory.
We are now in line for questioning. D. Bonifant.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Chair Duque.
We should pass this unanimously. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5316. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 21 to 0, Proclamation 5316 passes second reading. Proclamation 5317, proclamation in memory of UCF student Andrew Krebs, introduced by Black Caucus Chair Sierra Holmes. Chair Holmes, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
This proclamation is in memory of UCF student Andrew Krebs, whereas the University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has been a part of the UCF community. Whereas Andrew Krebs was in the College of Business Administration, receiving a bachelor's in marketing. Whereas Andrew Krebs is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Whereas Andrew was an active member of Young Investors Club. Whereas Andrew was dedicated to learning marketing tactics and gaining insights and skills in the marketing industry. Whereas the UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Andrew Krebs. And whereas UCF shall always remember Andrew Krebs with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, on behalf of UCF's student body, acknowledges and remembers the life of Andrew Krebs, and that a copy of this proclamation be presented to the family of Andrew Krebs at the Eternal Night Ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in the difficult time and that the UCF community will cherish Andrew Krebs' memory.
We are now in line for questioning. Chair Temple.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Vice Chair Cerisi.
Mayor Ratain, we should vote unanimously on this to honor his memory. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5317. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 20 to 0, Proclamation 5317 passes second reading. Proclamation 5318, Proclamation in memory of UCF student Zane Underwood, introduced by SBA Chair Jacob Bertram. Chair Bertram, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Whereas the University of Central Florida cherishes every student who's been part of the UCF community, Zane Underwood was in the College of Engineering and Computer Science, receiving a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering. Zane Underwood is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Zane enjoyed various hobbies such as writing computer code and playing video games. Zane loved to play the trumpet and French horn. Zane was a caring and loving person to everybody he met. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Zane Underwood, and UCF shall always remember Zane Underwood with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, on behalf of the UCF student body, acknowledges and remembers the life of Zane Underwood, and that a copy of this proclamation be presented to the family of Zane Underwood at the Eternal Night Ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time, and that the UCF community will cherish Zane Underwood's memory.
We're now in line for questioning. Deeser Magdadaro. There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Chair Temple.
Mayor Ratain. I encourage you all to vote in favor of this bill unanimously in order to honor our fallen knight. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5318. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 21 to 0, Proclamation 5318 passes second reading. Proclamation 5319, Proclamation in memory of UCF student Annabelle Drapal, introduced by Black Caucus Chair Sierra Holmes. Chair Holmes, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
This proclamation is in memory of UCF student Annabelle J. Paul. Whereas the University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has been a part of the UCF community, Annabelle J. Paul was in the College of Sciences receiving a bachelor's degree in psychology. Annabelle J. Paul is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Annabelle loved Disney and festivals such as EDC Orlando. Annabelle graduated with her bachelor's degree in December of 2021. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Annabelle J. Paul. And UCF shall always remember Annabelle J. Paul with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, on behalf of the UCF student body, acknowledges and remembers the life of Annabelle J. Paul, and that a copy of this proclamation be presented to the family of Annabelle J. Paul at the Eternal Night Ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in the difficult time and that the UCF community will cherish Annabelle J. Paul's memory.
Thank you. We're now in line for questioning. Chair Gall.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. DeLay Bonifant.
I encourage you all to vote unanimously to pass this proclamation to honor Annabelle. Mayor Ratain, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5319. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 22 to 0, Proclamation 5319 passes second reading. Proclamation 5320, Proclamation in memory of UCF student Jordan Cronin, introduced by Internal Legislative Assistant Hannah Huerta. Ale Huerta, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, hey everybody. I just want to say, I don't know if everyone here knows anyone that they chose to speak upon, and I commend you all for taking that responsibility and writing these proclamations. But I actually grew up with Jordan. We grew up in the same hometown. He's from Boca, and he was a really good friend of mine. She's at UF. He was a really good friend of mine's boyfriend. A little bit after he passed, they were supposed to celebrate their 4 years together. So needless to say, he was around quite a bit everywhere I went, because we had the same friend group. Everywhere I went, he was there as well. So this is a death that really hit home for me, especially knowing Claudia, his girlfriend, because I know her personally, and yeah, it was an experience. But anyway, I'll start off by reading this. Whereas the University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has been a part of the UCF community, whereas Jordan Cronin was in the College of Sciences receiving a bachelor's degree in political science, whereas Jordan Cronin is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community, whereas Jordan was the vice president of the Knights Pre-Law Association at UCF and made a tremendous impact on the members, whereas Jordan was the president of his, I'm going to butcher this, Nye Brith Youth Chapter Organization and was elected to the regional board, whereas Jordan was a fan of the Detroit Lions and the Miami Heat, whereas Jordan is remembered as having a positive outlook, always finding the good in everything, and always living life to the fullest, whereas the UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Jordan Cronin, and whereas UCF shall always remember Jordan Cronin with honor and respect. Therefore, it be resolved by the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida on behalf of the UCF student body acknowledges and remembers the life of Jordan Cronin. And be it further resolved that a copy of this proclamation be presented to the family of Jordan Cronin at the internal night ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time and that the UCF community will cherish Jordan Cronin's memory. I'm not going to go into details on how he passed, but I just think it's very important. I'm going to go off on a little side note. Life is like very short, and you never know. You really never know when your last day on earth is going to be. I don't know why I'm going on this tangent. It's just a really sad story, and it affected a lot of people that I know and love. And he was a really good kid. So I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now in line for questioning. Chair Temple.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Chair Holmes.
Just to emphasize to vote in favor of this bill. I didn't personally know Jordan, but I am a part of Knights Pre-Law Association here at UCF, and they do some really great work with informing students about how to prepare for law school and just knowing the ins and outs of different colleges and how to be a successful student. And the work that Jordan and Haley have done to set up this RSO is just honestly amazing work. And Haley does try to honor his memory through Knights Pre-Law Association. And with that, I yield my time and ask you to vote in favor of this.
Chair Temple.
Yes, thank you. I would like to echo the sentiments of Chair Holmes and have you all vote highly in favor of this. And to launch into my own side tangent, I would like to emphasize the sentiments of Ayala Huerta that we are finite individuals. We are mortal, and we must make life to the absolute fullest. And it seems that Mr. Cronin had done just that. And I myself do intend to go into law school, but seeing as he had passed before he could make his dreams come true, I really encourage all of you to push on with whatever careers you have and ensure that your lives are lived to the very fullest, much like Mr. Cronin's had. And with that, may I retain? Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5320. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 22 to 0, Proclamation 5320 passes second reading. Proclamation 5321, proclamation in memory of UCF student Tracy Chiriboga, introduced by Chair Duque. Chair Duque, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Before I begin, I do want to acknowledge that, of course, we're about halfway through these. And although for some of you these may feel repetitive, for others it may be triggering. So if you feel like you need to, please take a break. This is tough stuff. So yeah. The University of Central Florida cherishes every student, the University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has been a part of the UCF community, whereas Tracy Chiriboga was in the College of Arts and Humanities receiving a master's degree in theater, whereas Tracy Chiriboga is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and a member of the UCF community, whereas Tracy's life passions was being involved in talent shows, dance recitals, plays, and musicals, whereas Tracy performed in many productions, including Spring Awakening and Mamma Mia, whereas Tracy volunteered her time at the Daytona Playhouse Box Theater, whereas Tracy loved teaching theater to children and served as a judge in Florida thespian competitions. Whereas the UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Tracy Cherboga. And whereas UCF shall always remember Tracy Cherboga with honor and respect, therefore be it resolved by the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida on behalf of the UCF student body, acknowledges and remembers the life of Tracy Cherboga, and that a copy of this proclamation be presented to the family of Tracy Cherboga at the Eternal Night ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time, and that the UCF community will cherish Tracy Cherboga's memory.
Thank you. We are now in line for questioning. D. Bonifant.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Temple.
I encourage you all to vote highly in favor and unanimously on this proclamation in order to continue the light of Ms. Cherboga. May I retain? Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5321. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 21 to 0, Proclamation 5321 passes second reading. Proclamation 5322, Proclamation in memory of UCF student Jacob Cat Howard, introduced by Senator Moule. Senator Moule, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Whereas the University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has been a part of the UCF community, Jacob Cat Howard was in the College of Engineering and Computer Science, receiving a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering. Jacob Cat Howard is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and a member of the UCF community. Cat was a voice of reason, a confidant to many, learning to be a self-made mechanic and bravely sharing more of himself and his truth every day. Cat was a brilliant writer who had a gift for storytelling and a wonderfully dry and honest sense of humor. Cat loved all things Honda and feline and cared for his friends and family with a deep sense of compassion, grace, and pure unconditional acceptance and love. He is the kind of sibling, child, friend, and employee we all hope to have in our lives and the kind of human we all should aspire to be. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Jacob Cat Howard, and UCF shall always remember Jacob Cat Howard with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, on behalf of the UCF student body, acknowledges and remembers the life of Jacob Cat Howard, and that a copy of this proclamation be presented to the family of Jacob Cat Howard at the Eternal Night ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time, and that the UCF community will cherish Jacob Cat Howard's memory.
We are now in line for questioning. Senator Simcoe.
To debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. D. Bonifant.
I encourage you all to vote unanimously in favor in order to honor Kat's memory. With that, may I retain? Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5322. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 22 to 0, Proclamation 5322 passes second reading. Proclamation 5323, proclamation in memory of UCF student Sahil Samra, introduced by Senator Moule. Senator Moule, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Whereas the University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has been part of the UCF community, Sahil Samra was in the College of Business Administration receiving a bachelor's degree in economics. Sahil Samra is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Sahil had an endearing smile and kind eyes. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Sahil Samra, and UCF shall always remember Sahil Samra with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, on behalf of the UCF student body, acknowledges and remembers the life of Sahil Samra, and that a copy of this proclamation be presented to the family of Sahil Samra at the Eternal Night ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time, and that the UCF community will cherish Sahil Samra's memory.
We're now in line for questioning. Delia Bonifant?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Temple.
I encourage you all to vote unanimously in favor for this in memory of Sahil. May I retain? Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5323. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 20 to 0, Proclamation 5323 passes second reading. Proclamation 5324, proclamation in memory of UCF student Angus Sandridge, introduced by Senator Jacobs. Senator Jacobs, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Whereas the University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has been a part of the UCF community. Angus Sandridge was in the Division of Continuing Education, receiving a certificate in cybersecurity. Angus Sandridge was remembered by friends, family, and fellow students and was an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Angus attended the cybersecurity program at the University of Central Florida and was looking forward to completing his education and working in the computer industry. Angus worked for a local networking company in the Williston and Ocala area of Florida as a network technician. Angus cherished his time with his family, and he was always making others laugh. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Angus Sandridge, and UCF shall always remember Angus Sandridge with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, on behalf of the UCF student body, acknowledges and remembers the life of Angus Sandridge, and be further resolved that a copy of this proclamation be presented at the family of Angus Sandridge at the Eternal Night ceremony in effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time, and the UCF community will cherish Angus Sandridge's memory.
We are now in line for questioning. Deeser Magdadara. There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Delia Bonifant.
I'd also like to add that Angus worked as a freelance graphic designer where he enjoyed editing videos, restoring photos, and creating websites. And I encourage you all to vote unanimously in favor in order to honor Angus. May I retain? Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5324. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 21 to 0, Proclamation 5324 passes second reading. Proclamation 5325, Proclamation in memory of UCF student Georgia Wright, introduced by Senator Jacobs. Senator Jacobs, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Whereas the University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has been a part of the UCF community. Georgia Wright was in the College of Sciences receiving a bachelor's degree in psychology on the clinical track. Georgia Wright is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Georgia was a gentle and beautiful soul who had dreams of wanting to start a foundation to help students in the Virgin Islands to attend college. Georgia had a strong passion in giving back to the UCF and Virgin Island community. Georgia loved to help others through her involvement as a resident assistant. Georgia was a member of the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Georgia was a member of the Global Water Brigades and became president in 2021. Georgia had dreams of becoming a clinical psychologist. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Georgia Wright, and UCF shall always remember Georgia Wright with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, on behalf of the UCF student body, acknowledges and remembers the life of Georgia Wright. And be further resolved that a copy of this proclamation be presented at the family of Georgia Wright at the Eternal Night ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time, and that the UCF community will cherish Georgia Wright's memory.
We are now in line for questioning. D-Leg Bonifant.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Deeser Magdadaro.
I encourage everybody to vote in favor. Again, this is a wonderful way to honor our students who have passed. May I retain? Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5325. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 19 to 0, Proclamation 5325 passes second reading. Proclamation 5326, Proclamation in memory of UCF student Jaslyn Ehrlich, I'm so sorry, introduced by FAO Vice Chair Fabian Richard. Vice Chair Richard, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
In memory of Jacqueline Ehrlich, whereas the University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has been part of the UCF community. Jacqueline Ehrlich was in the College of Community Innovation and Education, receiving a bachelor's degree in legal studies. Jacqueline Ehrlich is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary individual and member of the UCF community. Jacqueline Ehrlich was an event captain of Nighthon and a sister of Alpha Epsilon Phi. Jacqueline lived an unapologetically courageous life, embodying what it meant to be a UCF Knight. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and timely passing of Jacqueline Ehrlich, and UCF shall always remember Jacqueline Ehrlich with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, on behalf of the UCF student body, acknowledges and remembers the life of Jacqueline Ehrlich, and that a copy of this proclamation be presented to the family of Jacqueline Ehrlich at the Eternal Night ceremony in an effort to show the family members that they are not alone in this difficult time, and that the UCF community will cherish Jacqueline Ehrlich's memory.
Thank you. We are now in line for questioning. Deeser Magdadaro. There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Temple.
I encourage you all to vote unanimously in favor to respect the memory of Jacqueline. With that, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5326. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 19 to 0, Proclamation 5326 passes second reading. This is just a reminder to please stay engaged. I know this is a difficult subject, but please be looking at all of the documents as we see them. Proclamation 5327, proclamation in memory of UCF student Jorge Zambrano, introduced by ENA Chair Wanjin. Chair Wanjin, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Whereas the University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has been part of the UCF community. Whereas Jorge Zambrano was in the College of Business Administration receiving a bachelor's degree in accounting. Whereas Jorge Zambrano is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and a member of the UCF community. Whereas Jorge built strong relationships throughout his lifetime. Whereas Jorge was a member of the United States Army for 9 years as a combat engineer as well as a human resources sergeant. Whereas the UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Jorge Zambrano. And whereas UCF shall always remember Jorge Zambrano with honor and respect. I yield my time.
Thank you. We're now in line for questioning. Chair Duque.
Move to go to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Duque.
We should pass this one unanimously as well. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5327. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 19 to 0, Proclamation 5327 passes second reading. Proclamation 5328, proclamation in memory of UCF student Loveland Just, introduced by Deeser Magdadaro. Deeser Magdadaro, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Whereas the University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has been part of the UCF community. Loveland Just was in the College of Community Innovation and Education receiving a bachelor's degree in elementary education. Loveland Just is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Loveland was a resilient person, always focusing on how to respond in the face of adversity. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Loveland Just. And UCF shall always remember Loveland Just with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, on behalf of the UCF student body, acknowledges and remembers the life of Loveland Just, and that a copy of this proclamation be presented to the family of Loveland Just at the Eternal Nights ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time, and that the UCF community will cherish Loveland Just's memory.
Thank you. We're now in line for questioning. Senator Moore.
Move to go to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Duque.
Of course, as always, we should pass this unanimously to remember the student. So I move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5328. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 21 to 0 to 0, Proclamation 5328 passes second reading. Proclamation 5329, proclamation in memory of UCF student Hunter Haskins, introduced by Chair Duque. Chair Duque, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
The University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has a part in the UCF community. Hunter Haskins was in the College of Engineering and Computer Science, receiving a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineer. Hunter Haskins is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and a member of the UCF community. Hunter loved the outdoors, especially surfing, camping, fishing, and kayaking. Hunter enjoyed playing lacrosse, football, longboarding, and flying his drone. Hunter was constantly learning, and even taught himself how to disassemble things and play the piano from the internet. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Hunter Haskins, and UCF shall always remember Hunter Haskins with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved, the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, on behalf of UCF student body, acknowledges and remembers the life of Hunter Haskins, and that a copy of this proclamation be presented to the family of Hunter Haskins at the Eternal Nights ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone at this difficult time, and that the UCF community will cherish Hunter Haskins' memory.
We are now in line for questioning. Chair Temple.
Move to go to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. D. Bonifant.
I encourage you all to vote unanimously in favor in order to honor Hunter's memory. May I retain? Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5329. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 20 to 0 to 0, Proclamation 5329 passes second reading. Proclamation 5330, proclamation in memory of UCF student Christopher Langston, introduced by Deeser Magdadaro. Deeser Magdadaro, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Whereas the University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has been part of the UCF community, Christopher Langston was in the College of Engineering and Computer Science, receiving a master's degree in engineering management. Christopher Langston is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Christopher bravely served the United States with the Navy as an explosive ordnance disposal technician. Christopher worked at the National Aeronautics and Space Administration and accomplished many things in his field. Christopher enjoyed several active hobbies like snowboarding, scuba diving, and he enjoyed cooking. Christopher will be missed by many of his family and his network of friends. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Christopher Langston, and UCF shall always remember Christopher Langston with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, on behalf of the UCF student body, acknowledges and remembers the life of Christopher Langston and that a copy of this proclamation be sent to the family of Christopher Langston at the Eternal Nights ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time, and that the UCF community will cherish Christopher Langston's memory.
We're now in line for questioning. Chair Duque.
Move to vote. Debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Temple.
I encourage you all to vote unanimously in favor for this proclamation and in order to honor Mr. Langston's memory. With that, move to vote.
There's been a motion to go to voting procedures. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 20 to 0, Proclamation 5330 passes second reading. Proclamation 5331, Proclamation in memory of UCF student Anthony Silva, introduced by D. Sir Magdadaro. D. Sir Magdadaro, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Whereas the University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has been part of the UCF community. Anthony Silva was in the College of Engineering and Computer Science, receiving a bachelor's degree in computer science. Anthony Silva is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and a member of the UCF community. Anthony was a 4-year member of the Boone High School basketball program. Anthony was a member of both the National Honor Society and the Science National Honor Society. Anthony was finishing his first year at the University of Central Florida. Anthony was a good friend to his teammates and classmates, and he was loved dearly. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Anthony Silva, and UCF shall always remember Anthony Silva with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, on behalf of the UCF student body, acknowledges and remembers the life of Anthony Silva, and that a copy of this proclamation be presented to the family of Anthony Silva at the Eternal Nights ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time, and that the UCF community will cherish Anthony Silva's memory.
We're now in line for questioning. Chair Cerisi.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Holmes.
Just, putting you, letting y'all know to vote in favor of this proclamation. Anthony was a really good friend of my IB classmates. They played basketball at University High School, and they just known Anthony for a long time through their childhood years. And even though I personally didn't know Anthony, his death did affect many of my classmates and friends. And I just love seeing that we're making this proclamation in memory of him. And with that, may I retain and move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5331. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 21 to 0, Proclamation 5331 passes second reading. Proclamation 5332, Proclamation in memory of UCF student Diana Lee Gutierrez, introduced by D. Sir Magdadaro. D. Sir Magdadaro, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Whereas the University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has been part of the UCF community. Diana Lee Gutierrez was in the College of Community Innovation and Education, receiving a bachelor's degree in elementary education. Dinah Gutierrez is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Dinah Lee was a wonderful wife, sister, daughter, aunt, friend, and mother. Dinah Lee loved to spend her time creating moments with her family and friends. Dinah Lee worked full-time while studying at UCF to become an elementary school teacher. Dinah Lee volunteered her time at Oakshire Elementary School. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Dinah Lee Gutierrez, and UCF shall always remember Dinah Lee Gutierrez with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, on behalf of the UCF student body, acknowledges and remembers the life of Dinah Lee Gutierrez, and that a copy of this proclamation be presented to the family of Dinah Lee Gutierrez at the Eternal Nights ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time, and that the UCF community will cherish Dinah Lee Gutierrez's memory.
We're now in line for questioning. Chair Gal.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Cerisi.
Mayor Tain, we should vote unanimously on this to honor the memory of this person. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5332. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 21 to 0, Proclamation 5332 passes second reading. Proclamation 5333, Proclamation in memory of UCF student Mia Marcano, introduced by Speaker Shanira Ananobi. Speaker Ananobi, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. And I'd just like to preface this proclamation by saying how honored I am to have written this in collaboration with the Caribbean Student Association. For those of you that don't know, I was a part of planning the honorary memorial celebration in honor of Mia, so this proclamation hits home to me, and I'm sure those of your constituents or yourself too. So, proclamation in honor of UCF student Mia Marcano. Whereas the University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has been a part of the UCF community, regardless of the number of terms the student was enrolled in. Mia Marcano attended both the University of Central Florida and Valencia College, receiving a bachelor's degree in sports medicine. Mia Marcano is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Mia had many hobbies, including modeling, pageantry, cheerleading, dancing, and horseback riding. Mia was an individual who lit up a room with her bubbly personality, warmed those whom she interacted with and loved. Mia was a performer who opened into the vibrant butterfly that she was through her performances and shows. Mia was passionate about traveling and visited Dubai, the Bahamas, Canada, Trinidad, Mexico, and more. Mia spent time in South Florida, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and the British Virgin Islands. Mia's legacy greatly inspired students to advocate for greater safety measures in housing communities, including the creation of Mia's Law. Mia's legacy greatly impacted the lives of the organizations she was a part of many including the Caribbean Student Association. Mia's legacy greatly influenced the Orlando community to gather in ceremony in honor of her life and impact. The Mia Marcano Foundation, MMF, was created with the mission of supporting, educating, and providing resources to families of missing persons while advocating for protection of students, our most vulnerable population. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Mia Marcano, and UCF shall always remember Mia Marcano with honor and respect. Therefore, be it further resolved by the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, on behalf of the UCF student body, acknowledges and remembers the life of Mia Marcano, and be it further resolved that a copy of this proclamation be presented to the family of Mia Marcano at the Eternal Nights ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time and that the UCF community will cherish Mia Marcano's memory.
Thank you. We're now in line for questioning. Chair Temple.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Temple.
So before I say that we ought to pass this proclamation unanimously, I would like to preface that Mia's Law had passed both chambers of the Florida legislature unanimously over spring break, and it is due to head to the governor's desk. So let's vote in favor for this proclamation unanimously in order to cap off Ms. Marcano's legacy and memory as a fellow knight. With that, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5333. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 21 to 0, Proclamation 5333 passes second reading. Proclamation 5334, Proclamation in memory of UCF student Elizabeth Ellie Rivera, introduced by D. Leg Bonifant. D. Leg Bonifant, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Whereas the University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has been part of the UCF community, whereas Elizabeth Rivera was in the College of Engineering and Computer Science, receiving a bachelor's degree in Computer Engineering, Digital VLSI Circuits track. Elizabeth Rivera is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Ellie loved everything outdoors, especially traveling and hiking. Ellie adored animals, spoiling her 3 Bernese mountain dogs and her Siamese cat. Some of Ellie's hobbies included playing Zelda video games and being loyal members of the being a loyal member of the BTS Army. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Elizabeth Rivera, and UCF shall always remember Elizabeth Rivera with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved by the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, on behalf of the UCF student body, acknowledges and remembers the life of Elizabeth Rivera, and that a copy of this proclamation be presented to the family of Elizabeth Rivera at the Eternal Nights ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time and that the UCF community will cherish Elizabeth Rivera's memory.
Thank you. We're now in line for questioning. Chair Duque.
Move to go to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Deezer Magdadara.
Again, I highly encourage everybody to vote in favor unanimously of this proclamation. Again, it is one of the ways that we honor our students who have unfortunately passed. May I retain? Move to vote.
There's been a motion to go to voting procedures. Are there any objection? All right, seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 20 to 0, Proclamation 5334 passes second reading. Proclamation 5335, Proclamation in memory of UCF student Ryan Zarbo, introduced by D. Leg Bonifant. D. Leg Bonifant, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Whereas the University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has been part of the UCF community, Ryan Zarbo was in the College of Sciences, receiving a bachelor's degree in psychology. Ryan Zarbo is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Ryan was a gifted student that excelled at challenging courses. Ryan served as president of the Omicron Delta Kappa National Leadership Honor Society. Ryan was a beautiful, shining soul. Ryan was awarded a posthumous Bachelor of Sciences degree in 2021. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Ryan Zarbo, and UCF shall always remember Ryan Zarbo with honor and respect. Therefore, be it resolved that the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, on behalf of the UCF student body, acknowledges and remembers the life of Ryan Zarbo, and that the copy of this proclamation be presented to the family of Ryan Zarbo at the Eternal Night ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time, and that the UCF community will cherish Ryan Zarbo's memory.
We are now in line for questioning. Chair Gell?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Deeser Magdadara?
I encourage everybody to vote in favor unanimously of this proclamation. Again, it is one of the ways that we honor the families and the memory of our students who have passed. And I highly encourage everybody to speak and debate as much as possible. Just another way that we can honor them. May I retain? Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5335. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 20 to 0, Proclamation 5335 passes second reading. Proclamation 5336, Proclamation in memory of UCF student Maria Hernandez, introduced by Chair Gell. Chair Gell, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Sorry. Proclamation in memory of UCF student Maria Hernandez. Whereas the University of Central Florida cherishes every student who has been a part of the UCF community. Maria Hernandez was in the College of Sciences receiving a bachelor's degree in sociology. Maria Hernandez is remembered by friends, families, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Maria's spirit was an inspiration for others around her. Maria graduated in December 2021. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Maria Hernandez. And whereas UCF shall always remember Maria Hernandez with honor and respect. Therefore, it be resolved that by the 53rd Student Senate of the University of Central Florida, on behalf of the UCF student body, acknowledges and remembers the life of Maria Hernandez, and that a copy of this proclamation be presented to the family of Maria Hernandez at the Eternal Night ceremony in an effort to show family members that they are not alone in this difficult time, and that the UCF community will cherish Maria Hernandez's memory.
We're now in line for questioning. D-Lake Bonifant?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Chair Duque.
We should pass this proclamation unanimously, but seeing as this is the last one of our Eternal Nights proclamation, I'd love it if you all join me in a quick 36 seconds of silence in the memory of all of these students. Not in a performative way, but in a way that really acknowledges the fact that every single time that we pressed yes on that voting machine, we were really saying goodbye to a wonderful night. So if you all would indulge me, I'm going to start the timer. Thank you all. And with that, I move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5336. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 21 to 0, Proclamation 5336 passes second reading. Aile Huerta.
Move for a 10-minute recess.
There's been a motion for a 10-minute recess. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I recess the Senate at 9:53 p.m. to reconvene at 10:03 p.m. Guys, let's get back to our seats, please. I reconvene the Senate at 10:04 p.m. Moving on, Proclamation 5337, proclamation recognizing March 31st, 2022 as International Transgender Day of Visibility, introduced by LGBTQ+ Caucus Chair Jacob Bertram. Chair Bertram, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
So hello everybody. This is a proclamation that Pro Tempore Kehoe and myself wrote to recognize International Transgender Day of Visibility this year. Trans Day of Visibility is dedicated to celebrating transgender people around the world, as well as raising awareness of the societal issues and discrimination they face, many of which are listed in the proclamation. However, in some good news, transgender activists have gained various civil rights victories and expanded judicial recognition of trans people under constitutional protection. And these victories and constitutional protections have provided basic human dignity to the transgender community. And trans students at the University of Central Florida and around the world deserve to be recognized and honored for their contributions to society, their bravery and their resilience. I yield the rest of my time.
We are now in line for questioning. Senator Simcoe?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Senator Moore.
Yeah, so Chair Bertram and myself are both members of an RSO that last year for Transgender Day of Visibility held a clothing drive where we gave clothes to trans, non-binary students and anyone else really, but the purpose was to allow students to have gender-affirming clothing. And the reason for that is fairly simple. It really helps when you're trans, when you're non-binary, to be able to have that gender-affirming clothing, because in a lot of ways our society is not very accepting, not very open to trans people, to non-binary people. And so the way that that clothing drive helped is in a similar vein to how a proclamation like this helps, showing acceptance to trans people, showing openness to trans people. And it's for that reason that I think that it's very important that we pass this proclamation and continue to advocate for our trans and non-binary students.
Anyone else wishing to debate? Chair Temple.
It's more move to see my amendment as a technical. Yeah, so I've read over the bill, and I just have to say that I'm over the moon that we have such initiatives as to recognize a community that has been attacked in recent times by certain parties. But nevertheless, I encourage all my fellow senators to vote highly in favor of this proclamation. And if I may retain, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5337. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With the vote count of 18 to 0, Proclamation 5337 passes second reading. Proclamation 5338, proclamation recognizing March 22nd, 2022 as American Diabetes Association Alert Day, introduced by Senator Jacobs. Senator Jacobs, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so to close out my time off as a senator here, I decided to make a proclamation change to diabetes. So February 14th, 2014, I found out I was diagnosed as type 1 diabetic. When I found this news, I was very confused. I was very conflicted. I felt like I couldn't control anything. I couldn't do anything about it. And for years, it took me a long time to come to terms with my diagnosis, because with it does come with a lot of stigmas. It comes with a lot of misinformation when it comes to the multiple types of diabetes. So I decided to make this proclamation just to try to eliminate some of these stigmas toward diabetes and making UC more accessible when it comes to different diabetics here on campus. Currently, there is an RSO called Type 1, and also there is SHAC, known as the Student Health Advisory Council, where there is a subcommittee that helps with autoimmune diseases that are considered invisible autoimmune diseases. So I hope with this proclamation, it could bring more advocacy towards that and possible solutions. Thank you.
We are now online for questioning. Chair Duque.
Move to go to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Chair Bertram.
There are a couple of amendments that were approved in committee. That's my fault for not marking them. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Chair Holmes.
First, I want to say thank you to Eliana for, making this proclamation and sharing, your story with us is pretty brave. And thank you for being vulnerable with us. And I want to encourage you all to, vote in favor of this proclamation. And that is all.
Senator Jacobs.
Yeah, I do have some amendments. Would I have to move to a motion with those amendments, or? Okay. Move to see my amendments, please.
There's been a motion to see Senator Jacobs' amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, would you like to speak on them?
So during spring break, I met with the Type 1 coordinator, Dr. Mary Smith Owens, and made sure I showed the proclamation to get her impact on it, because of course, for this proclamation is for diabetics. I just don't want to make it without getting additional input. So she checked it over and she advised me to add these certain amendments, so I added them. Yep, that's about it.
We are now in line for questioning on the amendments. D-Lake Bonifant.
So just that for I see that you've proposed to move that awareness line into the previous clause, and now it's a little disjointed. I'm just curious what your thoughts were on that.
Yes. So during my meeting with Dr. Mary Smith Owens, she thought it was better to add it alongside with each other, as she thought it would emphasize the whereas clause. So that's why I amended it that way. However, if you seem as if it's more confusing, I am open to moving it back to where it originally was as well.
Anyone else with questions on the amendments? Chair Duque.
Move to vote on the block of amendments. Is it a block? It's not a block. Never mind. Move to debate. Absolutely.
There's been a motion to go to debate on the amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Chair Gal.
Move to vote on the block of the amendments.
There's been a motion to vote on the block of amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 20 to 0 to 0, the block of amendments passes. We are still in debate over Proclamation 5338. Chair Gal.
This proclamation is very well written. I highly encourage all of you guys to vote in favor of this, as we would not only be supporting a fellow senator, but we'd be supporting students at this university that struggle with this. And Never.
Vice Chair Richard, you may retain.
Yeah, I just wanted to share that I think this is very wonderful and relevant in coming to UCF. One of my closest friends has type 1, and in knowing her, I've realized how large, powerful, and supportive this community is. So I think this is very great to support our students. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5338. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 20 to 0, Proclamation 5338 passes second reading. Proclamation 5339, proclamation recognizing March 21st, 2022 as the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, introduced by Black Caucus. Chair Holmes, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hi, y'all. So I'm just going to give some insight more onto this proclamation. So this proclamation is for the International Day for the elimination of racial discrimination. So essentially, it's observed annually on the day the police in Sharpeville, South Africa, opened fire and killed 69 people at a peaceful demonstration against apartheid passed laws in 1960. The UN General Assembly Resolution 2142 was adopted on the 26th of October in 1966 and proclaimed March 21st as the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination to be commemorated annually. And the apartheid system in South Africa has been dismantled since 1992. However, that doesn't mean that racism was dismantled. So this day was, recognized by the UN because of the because of the occurrence that had happened. So I also want to give some clarification when it comes to the whereas line from the Pew Research Center, and my quotations, a lot of racial discrimination. That was directly from the research, and it was a survey because you can't directly measure racial discrimination. So you have to get that from opinions from people who have experienced racial discrimination, and it was measured by a lot, a little bit, moderately, etc. So yeah, and I added the clause with Native Americans because I definitely think that's important to add them. And and I yield my time. Thank you.
We are now in line for questioning. Chair Bertram.
Thank you for providing a little more clarification. That was what we assumed was the direct phrase that the Pew Research Center used for that whereas clause. However, I think we still had a couple of questions just regarding the meaning behind it. Is the 46% of Americans Black individuals in America, or the way that it is currently worded, it's a little ambiguous, I guess. So if we could get clarification for it.
Oh, I think I put 46% in front of Americans. It was supposed to be in front of Black individuals, but it's all out of the individuals that were surveyed. So out of the American individuals that were surveyed, 46% of Black Americans, 30% of Hispanic. Yeah, like that.
Is that a follow-up?
So the research was asking a general group of Americans, and it wasn't asking specific groups of people. Is that correct?
So I would have to look specifically at it because I wrote this about like 2-3 weeks ago. So I don't have it memorized in my brain, but I know I just saw the statistics and how it was a survey conducted with a group of Americans. And I'm not sure if they specifically picked out this amount of Hispanics, this amount of Black individuals and Asian individuals.
Chair Gale.
Yeah, I was just wondering, did you consult with any like students or student-based organizations that deal with a lot of racial disparities? I only ask because I did put a suggestion in the document to define what is racial discrimination, and it is discrimination based on skin color, race, or ethnic origin. So I was just wondering, did you consult with any RSOs?
So because of the short notice timeline that we were on and we wanted to recognize another day within Black Caucus, we did not consult any RSOs, but I'll also let Chair Temple further explain on that if that's okay.
My apologies, but that's not quite the point I wanted to bring up. But I was actually going to direct a question towards you. I believe I found the article you had referenced. Was it, if this jogs your memory, the majorities of Americans see at least some discrimination against Black, Hispanic, and Asian peoples, written by Andrew Denyeler? Does that ring a bell?
I don't think so. I think it was directly from Pew Research Center, but I can definitely look it up because I know what it looks like.
This actually is the Pew Research article. It has the quote directly saying that nearly half of Americans, 46%, say there is a lot of discrimination against Black people. About 3 in 10 see a lot of discrimination against Hispanic peoples, and Asian peoples, 27%. So to direct this to, if I may, so the quote here in the whereas clause is accurate in portraying that it is a broad scope of Americans, not just like broad scope of Americans looking inward, believing that that at least a plurality of Americans see racism within the Black, within Hispanic, and within the Asian communities. So I hope that clarifies any potential misconceptions herein.
Do you mind if I? Okay. So yeah, I usually write directly what it was, but because I wasn't looking at the article, I assumed that it was 46% of Black. But now that you say that, I did write it exactly how it was. Do you mind group me the website so I can take a look at it again and see if it includes a percentage specifically for Black individuals? And also, Senator Gale, I hope that I answered your question adequately.
Yeah, I have only been asking these questions because there have been multiple RSOs that do have sentiment of racial discrimination, yet they are not considered Black Americans. They are of Israel or their Jewish faith and the Palestinian culture. So I was just wondering about that. However, I do understand the short timeline, and that's why I just added part of what racial discrimination was, so that any of those students who see that can see that we are acknowledging their racism that they may face as well.
Well, it's basically along the same lines of the resolution that Chair Temple and I showed, how we explained it's a broad spectrum. So again, those are like nationalities and like specific ethnicities, but also because, well, yeah, basically just repeating how I explained that in the last resolution that I presented.
Chair Gale.
Yeah, I understand those sentiments. I just, that's why I added the definition of what racial discrimination was. It is defined as any discrimination against an individual, not just on the basis of race, but also ethnicity. So I think it is important that we do recognize those sentiments because that is racial discrimination that many of those ethnic cultures that are not of American ethnicity do face. And I do want to acknowledge those students here at UCF. Because racism is not limited to just race. Racism is not limited to just that or discrimination. And that is why I added what I added.
Chair Cerisi.
Move to see the amendments on the document as a block.
There's been a motion to see the amendments on the document as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, they will be seen as a block. Would you like to speak on that?
For the people who made the amendments, they can speak on them. So I would direct that to them. I yield to the floor to those who made the amendments.
Chair Gell?
Yep, so I just made my amendment to just include what the definition of racial discrimination is and what discrimination is for those students who might not know, and to be more inclusive. And so that is why I added those 2 lines.
Chair Bertram.
My amendments aim to clarify the whereas clause with the Pew Research Center. If Chair Holmes or Chair Temple could make sure that it accurately reflects the article. I'm trying to figure out of a better way to word it, but I feel like just kind of listing it all out and explaining it in that way makes it clear.
We are now in line for questioning. Chair Holmes.
Thank you, Senator Gell, for that constructive criticism. I'll be quite transparent that I wasn't thinking of all the possible ethnic groups and whatnot, again, because of the short timeline also. And I do email not just my RSOs, but many RSOs on any concerns or questions that they have. So, and I do go to events that RSOs hold to hear their concerns. And I've never heard concerns from those except for the occurrence that happened in the Waterford Plaza. I would like to write proclamations in the future that do how do I say this? That do address those groups of people, but also that to be transparent, I was focusing on the larger groups of racial groups that attend the University of Central Florida that was entered into the last whereas clause also.
Chair Temple.
May I direct this to Chair Bertram? So yes, just to confirm that your amendments do line up with the quote that I'm seeing regarding the percentages, Chair Bertram. So thank you for the amendments.
Chair Cerisi.
Move to debate on the amendments.
There's been a motion to go to debate on the block of amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Temple.
Yes, so the amendments have been heavily litigated, and it appears that they all do make sense. So with that, may I retain? Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the block of amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 18 to 0, the block of amendments passes. We are still in debate over Proclamation 5339. Chair Gell.
Yeah, so I want to say to those who took time to write this was very well written. I'm highly in favor of this proclamation and encourage you all to vote on this. And I'm very proud of Chair Holmes for taking the time to write this and doing this. So with that, may I retain? Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5339. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 20 to 0 to 1, Proclamation 5339 passes second reading. Proclamation 5340, proclamation recognizing May 2022 as Mental Health Awareness Month, introduced by Disability Caucus Chair Cerisi. Chair Cerisi, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello, everyone. So Proclamation 5340 is recognizing May as Mental Health Awareness Month. This piece of legislation was written to tackle the mental health issue on campus. I have some statistics from the National Institute of Mental Health. 1 in 5 adults in the United States lives with a mental illness. Young adults aged 18 to 25 years old had the highest prevalence of any mental illness with 30.6%. So students have been continuously expressing their growing concern regarding this matter and desire for student government to take action. On the Student Body Advocacy Committee Priority Survey, there were 539 students that responded, and 405 of them responded that mental health was a high priority. And during the 2021 to 2022 Governmental Affairs Policy Committee Legislative Priority Survey, mental health also presented itself as a top concern. So student government has already taken some steps by advocating for legislation like suicide prevention during Day at the Capitol, and the executive branch is hosting Mental Health Mondays. So by passing this piece of legislation, we can basically be voicing our support for students and promoting services and events that are targeting this issue. I yield my time to questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Chair Duque?
Move to go to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Is that an objection? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Allo, both of my amendments were approved in committee. Chair Bertram?
Yeah, when Sam showed me this proclamation just to get some thoughts, I was very excited to see that it was being written. Like in the proclamation, it says that students express that mental illness was their top priority. And it really is, I would say, one of the largest issues that college students experience throughout their years in higher education. It, can stem from a myriad of factors, but it is definitely something that student government can and should take action on. And this is an important first step, but for those that are continuing their service into the 54th session, or even if you're not, I think we should all be doing our part to help combat this crisis at the collegiate level.
Vice Chair Boysen.
I would like to echo the sentiments of Chair Bertram. We sponsored this in the GAP committee, this proclamation in the GAP committee, because we thought it was very important that we highlight that this that mental health was a top priority in our legislative priority survey, and just like Chair Bertram said, in the SBA survey. So our students really, really care about this topic, and we should pass this proclamation to show them that we care as well.
Chair Duque.
Just as a quick thing, I mentioned in my announcements that Hispanic Caucus had some conversations about the issues regarding student mental health in the Hispanic, Latino, Latinx community at UCF. And we're going to definitely see this proclamation next week, because we'd love to, hopefully, I would love that we sponsor it. So yeah, that's that. I think this mental health affects everybody, and it's extremely important that we acknowledge it and that we work toward making it better.
Okay, just a point of information, we're about to have the final vote on the proclamation. Chair Temple, you may retain.
That's a first. So yeah, I would like to echo the sentiments of my fellow senators in that this proclamation is truly an astounding piece of legislation, and I commend Vice Chair Cerisi for putting her time and her effort into writing this out, because mental health is something that is like something of a specter for all of us, even as senators, as students, even as just normal civilians. like we had to take the time to like make sure that we ourselves are have the mental fortitude in order to keep pushing with every day. And if we don't, then then many can be lost. And with that, I really do hope that this proclamation launches more initiatives into the future, not just within the 54th. So with that, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5340. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 19 to 0 to 1, Proclamation 5340 passes second reading. Proclamation 5341, proclamation recognizing the third week of April, April 18th to 22nd, as stressed last week, introduced by Student Government Disability Caucus. Chair Cerisi, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right. Hi again, y'all. I actually cannot take the credit for writing this piece of legislation. This was written by one of our ex officio members, Active Minds. They actually wrote the same proclamation and had it passed through the city of Orlando and has been signed by Mayor Buddy Dyer and will be enacted on April 18th of this year, which is what was the motivation for them presenting it to the caucus and having this sort of be a partner with what the city of Orlando is doing, especially considering how much students have been expressing mental health as a top concern. And when I had mentioned about doing a proclamation to recognize May as Mental Health Awareness Month, they mentioned that their organization and other organizations were doing several events for stress last week, all targeting or trying to reduce stress because students had reported saying that stress was the #1 reason their mental health was in a poor state. So by passing this legislation, again, we are showing students that we are supporting their mental health.
We are now in line for questioning. Chair Temple.
So Chair Cerisi, you said that Active Minds is hosting events for certain, like throughout that week. Is there any way that senators of the 54th and ex-53rd senators can be of help in any way?
I can reach out to them and give you their contact information as well.
Any other senators with questions? Chair Gall.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Disa Magdadara.
I will be voting in favor of this proclamation, and I encourage everybody to vote in favor as well. Seeing as we passed the previous piece of legislation, I think this is one of the ways that we can acknowledge the importance of our students' mental health. And I'm very happy to see that other entities on campus outside of our student body, or not student body, excuse me, Senate body is engaged in writing legislation to advocate for the rest of the student body. Yeah, that is my debate.
Vice Chair Costas.
May I retain? Thank you, Chair Cerisi, for working with some others to make sure this proclamation was seen today. I do think that mental health affects students a lot more than we can really see. And I think with things like this, it is able to tackle the issue while also letting people know they're not alone, because I know a lot of people do feel very alone today. And I commend you for making sure this is addressed. So with that, I move to vote.
Motion to vote on Proclamation 5341. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures. With a vote count of 19 to 0 to 1, Proclamation 5341 passes second reading. Chair Gell.
Move to return back to open forum.
There's been a motion to return to open forum. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in open forum. Any non-senator wishing to speak during open forum? Welcome.
Good evening.
Did you email me the document you wanted?
I just pressed send. That was
Oh, okay. I'm going to link a document for Shayla in the notes so everyone can see it.
thank you. Okay. Thank you for being with me here today or listening to me. Okay. So yes, my name is Shayla Macias and I was a writing candidate for this past election. So I wanted to first start off by saying I'm going to start off with some things that were mentioned at the previous Senate meeting because I would like to clarify some things. I was able to review the recording, etc. So like in that moment in time, I was given the opportunity to respond to what the Attorney General had to say during that Senate meeting, so the last meeting. But since it was like too quickly, I couldn't grasp everything. But I knew there was other things that I wanted to bring up to you all. So the Attorney General stated in the past Senate meeting that that democracy is freedom and the due process of law. His duty is to make sure that the due process of law is followed. Therefore, as the Attorney General and who knows his statutes very well, then he should make sure that all statutes are being followed. He said that in the span of 12 days, he had not heard or noticed or news of any of the questions that I was asking during the Senate meeting. But that is false because my first interaction with the Attorney General was the afternoon of Thursday. And from the time he first said that, he first said when we had that communication until that Senate meeting, it had been, in fact, less than 12 days. My comment of candidates did not receive, or like that I made that we did not receive responses in a timely manner made by him is false, but yet he was not able to answer my first 4 initial questions until Monday of January 28th, the first day of election voting. He also claimed in the Senate meeting that I had only asked him 3 questions, but they were actually 4. He knows it is 4 because we met the Thursday, February 24th at 8:15 p.m. over a Zoom call and went over the questions I had sent. When he expressed to you guys what the questions were, he said whether writing candidates were tied to Title VI, can candidates campaign by word of mouth, whether items can be distributed at Rosen downtown and the stadium. He then later said that he started working hard on the most important questions, which in his words were, how do writing candidates get determined to be eligible? Why are writing candidates entitled to Title VI? but I'm not sure why the questions were all mixed up because we already had written proof of what my questions were during the Zoom meeting. So like presenting to you different wordings, there was no need for that. To me, it was like, no, the 4 questions were already determined and were verified with you during the Zoom meeting, and those should be properly presented to you, not different words, like, because then it's a miscommunication, right? So my first initial questions, and I had even sent, he even sent an email back to me at 11:59 a.m. on Friday, the next day. Hi, Shayla. Thank you for reaching out regarding your questions. I'm currently writing the opinion that addresses your 2 original questions, plus the additional ones you emailed me yesterday afternoon. Here they are. Must writing candidates adhere to the rules and regulations of Title VI outlined for traditional candidates, specifically rules regarding marketing and campaigning? 2, if so, then when are writing candidates approved for active campaigning? 3, further, are candidates able to voice their platform by word of mouth at the locations mentioned in Chapter 604.2? 4, finally, can candidates distribute tangible items at the Rosen campus, downtown campus, and the Addition Arena, assuming that the building managers approve of the distribution of such items? And then he even mentioned the first 2 questions in the email. The first 2 questions present timely concerns that must be addressed swiftly. The latter 2 can be addressed later. To address the timely concerns swiftly, I will answer the last 2 questions in a separate opinion. I expect to finish the opinion on the first 2 questions within the next hour. Thank you for your patience. Best wishes. He said sent the first 2 questions at noon, and in the meeting, he had said he had sent the first 2 questions at noon, but he did not. It was sent by 12:49 p.m. In the email, as you heard me say, he said, I expect to finish the opinion of the first 2 questions within the next hour. And he sent that time, the timestamp to that email was 11:59 a.m. In the Senate meeting, he also said, he said he would send it at 10 a.m., something about 10 a.m., and in fact corrected me at 9:30 a.m. on that Friday morning. But from our last communication, our last form of communication was a Zoom meeting we had at 8:15 p.m., and the next form of communication was an email sent to me at 11:59 a.m. the next day. So you see, like, the timeline is very, very confusing. Like, to me, when he was stating, I'm like, wait, but no, we had no form of communication within, 8:15 p.m. and then your next email 11:59 a.m. of the Friday, the next day. Does that make sense? So that was false. Plus, he only answered 2 questions, as I'm trying to restate if there's a little bit confusion. 2 questions, even though the 4 questions that we had verified in that Zoom meeting prior, he had said, I'm going to send them to you at 11:59 a.m. the next day. And he did not. It was 1 p.m. I mean, I know that's like, I just want to make sure you are clarified, or the timestamps are correct in your mind and your notes, so you're not mixing up those timestamps. Once he sent the opinion request, which was at 12:49 p.m., he also cared to mention, here's my opinion. Well, this is what the email said. Here's my opinion regarding writing candidates adhering to Title VI requirements and approval for active campaigning. I will address your 2 other questions by next Monday. And then it says, Ava, please upload this opinion to the website at your earliest convenience. Thank you. Best wishes. So therefore, the answers to those 2 questions and to the answers of the second set of 8 questions were sent later that Thursday evening, even though it was like 12:50 a.m. So it was like Friday morning, I guess you could say. Were answered on Monday, February 28th at 9:30 a.m., the first day of election voting. I do want to say that the Attorney General, while responding to me when I was at the podium, said he would respond to everything I had asked throughout the meeting, either that night or the next day, Friday, March 4th, and he did not. I want to state this because, 1, he should not make promises that he cannot keep and have me thinking he is going to answer. I did send him an email that Friday, March 4th, to ask when he was available to answer my questions, as he had not sent me anything regarding the questions I had asked during that Senate meeting. He responded to that email on Monday, March 14th, therefore the day after spring break. Hi, Shayla. Thank you for reaching out. I was away visiting family by the time I received your email. Nonetheless, I'm happy to assist you now. While my schedule is limited by rigorous course load, extracurricular activities, and statutory duties, I will open up my schedule as much as I can this week. I'm able to meet today until 12 p.m., tomorrow before 9:30 a.m., Wednesday until 12 p.m., and Thursday after 3 p.m. Let me know if any of these times work for you, and I will fit you into my schedule. As you may know, or if you did not know, I had a judicial hearing on Tuesday, March 15th. So this past Tuesday. Therefore, the answers to these questions I had made during Senate and then being answered were crucial for me to be prepared. I did take advantage of the first two time slots that the Attorney General gave me so that I could re-ask the questions I had asked in Senate. The first meeting was less than 45 minutes long by Zoom and recorded per request by the Attorney General. And the next meeting was only an hour long. So that first 45-minute one was on Monday, and it was from 11:17 to 12 p.m. And then the next meeting was only an hour long by phone call per request by the Attorney General as he was on his way to an FBI tour. And that was from 8 a.m. to, or 8 and 8:03, 8:05 to like 9:10 a.m. So practically an hour or a couple minutes. And even then, I still had more questions. In the meeting that was less than 45 minutes long, he stated corruption, and corruption has been stated in multiple conversations, but I clarified to Attorney General that I did not state that there was any direct corruption with an SG, as I had no evidence. I do want to say that the first mention of the word corruption was when my running mate Daniel and I had the meeting with Meg and Austin Tuesday, March 2nd at 12 p.m. The purpose of the meeting was to discuss statutes and concerns with the statutes not being fulfilled. As this was only a meeting about 30 to 40 minutes, we only went over some of the statutes I wanted to bring up to them. I concluded by saying, please also look at Title 11, the Code of Ethics, and especially Chapter 1100.12 that states student government agents must disclose all knowledge of student government corruption. I mentioned this because while campaigning, I was told by students that there are things that they have heard or seen and they care to bring up to me, but I'm bringing it up to you because I felt like it was the only right thing to do as you are the president and vice president. I'm being their voice and bringing it up by bringing it up to you. And following up on that, it is up to the interpretation of the Attorney General to determine what's corruption, right? There is a definition, and it's up to his interpretation and up to, I guess you receive his interpretation and then determine what is corruption or not. Didn't say directly that there is corruption. I just said there's things that people have noticed within student government. I just want you to take a look at it and then, take the necessary steps to proceed from that. I followed by also sending an email at 9:41 p.m. the evening of the meeting and stated, "Good afternoon. Thank you again for meeting with us. We appreciate your time." And this email was to Megan Austin. Attached is a document that states the items we discussed at the meeting, as well as other items we didn't get to. I do want to remind you that this is a draft for you to look at, and we have not finalized this document. This document will be presented at the Senate meeting this upcoming Thursday, March 3rd, 2022. Please also look at Title 11, the Code of Ethics. There are many more items on there besides the one we emphasize that states student government agents must disclose all knowledge of student government corruption that we believe you should look at again. At this point, we are also waiting for the pending request. If the president and vice president interpreted my words incorrectly, then I apologize, but I do still hold that the fact that I did say to look over the Code of Ethics, and I even mentioned it at the last Senate meeting to you all by saying to revisit the Code of Ethics statutes. They are very much important. So moving forward to the judicial hearing and the conclusion of the council's consensus, and I have provided you the document, as you can see, and the first paragraph after, or right before they answer my question, my first initial question, it says, the Judicial Council believes that the Election Commission successfully fulfilled their duties as outlined per Title VI. So moving forward to my first question, were the duties of election commission as stated in the statutes completed properly? As you can read on there, that statute, or the 601.2A states, shall not be actively identified with any candidate or campaign for elective office, nor act in any partisan manner during the membership on the election commission. So they noted that the supervisor election shall not act in any partisan manner, or I brought it up to their attention, and they, I'm not sure where the document is, but or if you read in that first paragraph, 601.2A notes that the supervisor of elections shall not act in any partisan manner in support of any candidate running within the election. It was suggested by the complainant, based on hearsay from a student present at the Senate open forum on February 23rd, that Supervisor Dela was quoted as saying the current uncontested candidates deserve to win because they worked really hard. However, Supervisor Dela responded noting that this was a misinterpretation of what he said, and that he was simply stating how, despite the election being uncontested, the candidates were doing their due diligence to ensure that they were still meeting statutory requirements and thus working hard. The judicial branch does not see any piece of evidence outweighing any other in regards to this claim, and therefore cannot make a decision based upon it. I did try to find the student to come forward, but because I was only given one school day from the moment I was notified about the hearing and to the hearing day, then I could not get a hold of him. Then when I was notified about this hearing, it was on Thursday of spring break, and so the only one school day was this past Monday. Moving on to 601.4. 601.4K states in the statute shall send a copy of the election statutes to all campus media, notifying them that these statutes will be used in the upcoming election before the end of declaration of candidacy. I stated the supervisor elections did not distribute marketing materials to all campus media prior to the end of declaration of candidacy. The Judicial Council came to the consensus that the supervisor elections, or in their writing in the document, it states, the supervisor of elections noted that there were marketing materials distributed only to Instagram and to the student government website prior to the conclusion of declaration of formal candidacy. However, due to attendance of January informational sessions by multiple tickets and the high traffic of student government Instagram page and the student government website, it is the opinion of the Judicial Council that this evidence alone is not enough to impede one's ability to run for president and thus invalidate the student body presidential election. Then it moves on to 601.4J, talking about the informational sessions. Moving on to 601.4K. So that was the one we just talked about. I'm sorry. Moving on below that, 601.4M. The supervisor of elections did not distribute posters to classroom buildings as well as post on all campus media information regarding the election during the end of the semester prior to the election. It's stated on there as well, the supervisor election failed to do this in accordance with statute. So I want to emphasize that. They recognize the supervisor of elections failed to do this in accordance with statute, right? And they said, however, during the fall semester, many students are not yet thinking about the elections, being that informational sessions were held the first week of spring classes and application packets were made available right away on January 11th. The Judicial Council believes that the evidence is not enough to have impeding one's ability to run president and thus invalidate the student body presidential election. And they say the same reasoning for 601.4R, and that statute says shall be responsible for advertising the election in the campus media 3 weeks before the end of the previous semester. And then moving on to are the election statutes clear enough for any candidate deciding to run to be able to understand the rules and regulations, given that the option to run as a writing candidate is available to all students up until the last day of voting. The council believes that the election commission operated the student body election under the current Title VI to the best of their ability. And then I had also requested the part where it says, the complainant also requested that a formal procedure be created for when there is a violation made by the election commission and that it be stated in the election statutes. However, Title VII, Section 701.1 of the UCF Student Government Constitution fulfills that request by stating that any student at the University of Central Florida may file an affidavit for impeachment against any student government agent as far as other recommendations and concerns made by the complainant go in regards to the Title VI and election oversight. These are currently being discussed internally by the Elections and Appointments Committee and the Election Commission. I do understand and respect the answer to the Judicial Council in regards to those questions, but I do want to state that the statute was not followed and that cannot be overlooked, as in Title I, specifically 100.1, student government agents must comply with the student body statutes. Like that's a given. So I do want to just emphasize, I'm not sure why, but I will be asking this to the Attorney General and them themselves. Why is it that, the council believes the Election Commission operated the student body election under current Title VI to the best of their ability, and they even state that the supervisor election failed to do this in accordance with statute, but yet that statute says student government agents must comply with student body statutes. Does that make sense? I don't know. I know it can get to be a lot with a lot of the emails. I want to apologize for the late response. I have been told to wait on advising before I'm able to respond. I hope this helps. I look forward to meeting with you, Jazzy. And the reason I'm asking all these questions is because I want to hear from their own words what they have to say regarding these questions and observations, and just make sure, like I said, I had asked not only the president and vice president and to you all, and as well to anybody who was here present that last Senate meeting from the exec cabinet, to revisit the code of ethics, because all of them are very important. As the 1000 or 1100.1, there's a conflict of interest one, there's an unethical benefit one, misuse of student government property activity and service fee funds, unlawful compensation, inducing to act statutes in there. And I don't want to reread them to you for your purpose of time, but they're there. And I just want to make sure that if there's anything that involves this, as like I said, some things were brought up, and I just sure as a voice and as a voice to voice these concerns. And one of the last things I want to bring up, and I know the elections are over and I recognize that, but like I said, we have statutes, as a candidate, I was told to abide by them, right? If I commit a violation, then I would have been filed a violation, right? For not completing the statute. That's why I ask many questions and have many meetings, because I want to make sure I interpret it the same way the Attorney General interprets it. Because if I deviate from that or I interpret it my way and it's not from what he says, then I will be in violation. But before the judicial hearing, I did want to seek out evidence, because one of the things I was curious about who checks all the information that I submitted, or my opposing candidate submitted to the supervisor elections. And since he oversees it and gives us gives us the go to move forward with campaigning at a building, etc. One of the things I brought up at the judicial hearing is that I contacted the Bounce House. So Bounce House is a venue down Alafaya Trail where the opposing candidates had a get together there. I'm not sure what it was. It was a meet the candidates. But I basically asked, did you guys, or did I asked the manager, did you or any of the other managers send a written form of communication, because it is in the statutes that in the active campaigning section that we have to submit a written and a word for word 604.2 active campaigning on Part D says candidates that wish to distribute or display material on or in a building must first have secured the written permission of said building managers and shall submit such permission to the Election Commission prior to the distribution or display of said material. Well, when I asked, they said the only written proof or like the message that they sent was a text message, and that states from the manager, can you change the eat, drink, bounce to bounce house? Other than that, all good to go, exclamation point. You don't need anything special from us, just to confirm, comma, basically just a space to host you guys. And then there's a picture of the meet the candidates, bounce house, the information of time, date, location, and then perfect, you're good to go then. But that was only, from what I see, the approval from the manager about the flyer referencing their venue. So, and I brought that up because, like the statute says, we have to get written permission and approval from a building manager, and it has to be submitted to the Election Commission. So I just wanted to make sure that anything and everything that was submitted to the Election Commission was still following the statutes that we had. That was following the statutes that we had to follow, where like we had the 2,500 cap of cash to spend, these written permissions of building managers, and etc. So that was just a continuation of the judicial hearing. And again, I'm bringing this all up to you because, one, I wanted to clarify the false information that was given to you at last Senate meeting and make you aware of it, as well as give you the correct information. And with regarding the statutes that they're not being followed, I still am not sure like how to even, what the statutes are there for then. And I mean, as you, the Senate, who, you know, you pass the bills to approve of these statutes, like I want you to think about that. Then what's the point of you passing these statutes if people are not going to abide by them? And then from in written form that it's recognized that they're not followed, and then that be okay. So just want to leave that with you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chair Holmes.
Hi, Shayla. Thank you for coming. I just wanted to ask if you have seen Title IX, the Enforcement and Accountability Statute, Notice of Noncompliance. So in 900.1, do you mind if I can continue? Or just make sure? Okay. Notification of noncompliance is used as a written notification that the student body constitution, student body statutes, Senate rules, Senate bills, and or other legal mandates are not being complied with or adhered to. So I know there's a lot of legislation and everything, and I'm not sure if you've seen Title IX, and I'm not sure if a noncompliance can be issued to the election commissioner, but now I can see that you were looking at the fact that it's the statutes, not the fact of corruption, and how if they can be held accountable for not following the statutes. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So may I follow up? Okay. To anybody that can't answer this, can an issue of non-compliance be given now? I know it's been a while since the election itself, but I mean, she's a student. She came and she's been voicing her concerns, and you know, we're supposed to represent the students no matter how small or big the group is. So if anybody could answer if that's a route that, you know, could possibly be taken or anything like that. So
I can answer that actually. Enforcement and accountability measures can be taken at any time. So yes, anybody that is able to issue a noncompliance could do so. Chair Duque.
Hi, Shayla. Thank you so much for coming. I have two super quick questions, if you don't mind. The first is a lot of what you are alleging today is sort of more focused toward the Attorney General and the issues that you see in his treatment of you as a candidate and then of the election as a whole. So just a clarifying question on a specific thing that you mentioned earlier today. How did the two questions that you say the Attorney General did not answer change your ability to campaign or any other part of the election that may have affected the fairness of the election as you allege?
So to answer that question, so the other two questions, just to reiterate them, further, are candidates able to voice their platform by word of mouth at the locations mentioned in 604.2? Finally, can candidates distribute tangible items at the Rosen campus, downtown campus, and their addition arena, assuming that the building manager approves the addition of the distribution of such items? Just there, we still had to get approval by the supervisor elections of our items that are platform items or anything that we want, any tangible item. But even then, we could have started voicing our platform by word of mouth at the locations mentioned. So the ones that are mentioned that I tried to mention in there did mention, but it's stated in a statute chapter, are the university designated computer labs, the library, bookstore, classrooms inside the student union building, including gated patio area inside the recreation and wellness center building, and the 15-foot boundary surrounding election tent. So no tangible items are allowed there, but I was asking the word of mouth. So even though I wasn't able to give a tangible item, at least I could be able to, by word of mouth, let people know that I was running, given that I was on a short time crunch. So I think, yes, it was very crucial for him to receive.
No, go ahead.
For me to receive that response. And then also, that I go back to, I recognize, some things just happen, but, or he was sick that time and it required more research, etc. But then I would have hoped to not have been told, oh, well, I'm going to give you a response at 11, and I'm going to give you a response the next morning, and actually at 11:59 a.m. And then I, one, received it later than usual, or than what he had said. And then two, I didn't receive all responses for all the four questions. So also the fourth question was, finally, can the candidates distribute tangible items at the Rosen campus, downtown campus, addition arena, since they were not stating that 604.2. I mean, those are other campuses that are highly trafficked. I mean, even just the addition arena, there was the women's basketball game. And to even let you know, I attended that. Since I did not receive, I based it off the statutes, and I made the decision to distribute little stickers at that women's basketball team that was held.
So you were able to campaign, even though you did not get those answers?
Well, yes, but I ran the risk of committing a violation because I was not abiding by the statute. If the interpretation of the Attorney General was that it was deemed that I could not distribute those tangible items. Does that make sense? I ran that only risk, and that's the only risk I did run, because I reread them. I said, well, it doesn't state it there, and I'm just going to take it upon myself for that one.
Okay. Thank you. My other question was actually, why didn't you file an affidavit for the impeachment of the Attorney General or the Supervisor of Elections or anyone else that you believe had any issues during this election period? But I think you sort of answered that by saying that you had, you weren't sure about whether you could do that. You didn't know that was a course of action. My question now becomes, knowing what you know now, knowing that that's a course of action, knowing that all of the things that you've said to us, would you argue, or do you believe that you should submit, file an affidavit for the impeachment of any one of those people, and if so, who?
I believe I should. Again, the Title IX was mentioned, right? a written notification. I guess it's just a written notification. Like, again, I need to seek the interpretation that there isn't a formal form, but that's why I had asked it at that Thursday Senate meeting, and Attorney General was supposed to get back to me that evening or the next day, but I didn't receive anything, because then in that state, I would have reviewed everything he would have told me to do, the procedure, the forms, if there's any, and that would have moved forward. But I reread the statutes, and the only thing I could find was the contestment, right? And so I did that one, because that's the one I believe that I could do. But now I see there's another one. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's probably so many, and because the Attorney General knows these statutes probably way better and has reread them multiple times, and probably most of you guys and me, then that was crucial information, right? I could be filing these way beforehand than now. But yes, I will, especially that one now that was brought up to my attention. Thank you. And I believe there should be impeachment of the supervisor election, because the statutes were not followed, and because it even says in the statutes that all student government agents should follow the statutes.
Okay, so you will be submitting that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Chair Bertram.
Really quick, I provided the email chain with the candidate in the open forum section of the agenda. I don't have Director Fletcher's response because I believe that wasn't a reply all response, but the 3 other emails are in that Google Doc. And then I wanted to ask, so after the ruling of the Judicial Council, do you still believe that the response time from the Attorney General impeded your ability to campaign?
Yes. And by the question that Chair Duque asked, were those last 2 questions, the word of mouth, etc. Like I said, I did do it at the risk of committing a violation if the Attorney General interpreted it to be a violation, right? Because I didn't receive a response, but I reread the statutes and I did campaign at that basketball game.
Follow up.
So you believe that the 4 questions asked Thursday, February 24th, that were then answered, all of them completely by Monday, the 28th, was not a quick enough turnaround to facilitate a fair election?
Yes.
Chair Duque.
Simple question. What do you want us to do?
Well, when I do file or now write these written, the non-compliance or the forms for impeachment or anything, that I hope that you guys will want to hold special sessions, because I'm sure you are turning out very, very quickly. So that would ask of you of that, as well as, hearing me out on the next following Thursday meetings, because then I'll run into, well, it's the switching of the senator, then the incoming senators and the outgoing ones, and then I fall into, I'm not sure, a hole, I guess.
Chair Bertram.
Just based off of some of the comments you have made throughout your speech, are you alleging that the response time from the Attorney General after the election occurred, so that set of questions, changed the result of the Judicial Council's decision on the contestment of the election?
I would say change the preparation for me to have for that hearing, because most of the meetings I held with him, those 2 meetings on Monday and on Tuesday of this week, one was less than 45 minutes, and the other was an hour long. I literally I asked the questions that I asked at the Senate meeting. I re-asked those questions when he already knew that I had asked them. Does that make sense? Where I could have used my time wisely and used it for other questions that I may have.
follow up?
So I guess I'm trying to get to the core of what I'm asking here. So do you understand that there is a certain threshold of evidence that's required to invalidate the election? And if so, depending each way, are you saying that they ruled incorrectly, or that there is room in that conversation to have nuance of some statutes may not have been followed 100%, but based on the level of evidence and the events that occurred, it was not enough to invalidate the election?
I was not aware of the threshold, like meaning like I have to present certain evidence in order for it to be invalidated.
Well, just in the judicial opinion, and you stated yourself that the Judicial Council did recognize in some instances where statutes were not followed to a T, but then I'm trying to find the language for it. They had language essentially saying that, however, this was not enough to be seen as something to invalidate the election results.
I see. So the
Can provide an example. So, regarding the distribution of the posters to the classroom buildings, the Judicial Council recognized that the supervisor failed to do that in accordance with the statute 601.4M. However, the Judicial Council then said that the evidence is not enough to have impeded one's ability to run for president and thus invalidate the student body presidential election. So I'm just trying to get at, because I know it was mentioned that that how can there be recognition of statutes violations and then still upholding the election results? So I'm just trying to get to kind of the nuance of that conversation of kind of recognizing, yes, there are issues or statutes were not completely filed or things of that nature. However, there are things that we can do to remedy that while also not invalidating the election results, if that makes sense.
I think so. That was very long. Sorry. Just to make sure I'm reading the right one. Is it 604.1 M? Okay, good. Like I said, I respect the Judicial Council's response, but I'm just not sure, I guess, what the process is. Like if something, I guess now it's the non-compliance one, but like recognizing that the statutes weren't followed. Like that right there, like it was recognized, the evidence was there. Is that what you're trying to say? Or like to at least to invalidate the election? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm just trying to say that you are not saying that how the Judicial Council ruled was invalid in any way. You respect the decision that they came to.
I do respect the decision, but like I like, for instance, the question that I asked were the duties. Let me just requote, because so at the beginning of the contestment, I said, I'm writing to respectfully request consideration of this past election, whether you deem it fair after analyzing the following. Where the duties of the election commission as stated in the statutes completed properly. So if I'm understanding correctly, what you're saying is, even though those were not followed, that did not interfere with the election. Is that correct?
Well, that's what the judicial opinion was essentially. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're on the same page.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. No, good, because I think it's good to have this conversation, and I wanted to thank you for bringing up the concerns that the council found regarding statute violations. And I know on Senate's side, we'll be sure to look over those titles that you brought up, as well as Title VI, and try to make the proper recommendations. as far as whether, it's statutes changes or just kind of like behavioral, cultural changes when it comes to elections or things like that, to make sure that situations like this do not occur again. And so we will definitely do our due diligence in making sure that, to the best of our ability, we're doing what we can to try to remedy what occurred. But I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page as far as like the council ruled what it did. Here's a conversation that we can have to try to remedy what happened and move forward.
In the interest of time, I would encourage any senators with the remaining questions to reach out to Ms. Macias privately. We do have 26 minutes to finish this meeting. Thank you for coming. We appreciate your concerns and we will be reaching out. Thank you.
So with regards to that, I'm not sure how to really answer it. That'd be my honest answer, because like even though that was ruled where they didn't deem, even though they deemed that even though the supervisor elections did not abide by the statutes, and therefore that does not interfere with the election, I guess I would say like that's a part of the duties of the supervisor election during the election. So I guess it does in some way impede the election. Does that?
I would recommend talking to the Judicial Council, just because that's the decision that they came to regarding that.
Right. Yes, I do plan on having a meeting with them, but haven't been able to reach out, but just having taken care of myself as well in the process of like working hard with this and other extracurricular activities / academics. But
thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak during open forum? Chair Temple?
A motion, if I may. Move to return to Senate forum.
There's been a motion to return to Senate forum. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are there. Vice Chair Boysen.
Hi, just an update on Day at City Hall. There will be no transportation provided, but those attending can carpool. I personally am willing to drive people. Don't forget to inform constituents that scholarships are due tomorrow. Like we stated at the very beginning, they can be found there. I linked A20. And lastly, there's an Arboretum plant sale tomorrow from 4 to 6 by the trailer. That's all.
Senator Moore?
Yeah, I just wanted to update everyone once again. I already did it in the Senate group me, but don't forget to let your constituents, friends, enemies, anyone really know that Knight's Pantry to-go bags are now available at the All Night Study on West Plaza Drive. That's in the Edition Arena. Obviously, it's great that this program exists, but now it's our job to get it out to people and make sure that it's actually reaching the people who it's meant to reach out to. Very quickly, I'm going to send something in the group me, just a little graphic that you can share. But that's all from me. Thank you.
Vice Chair Gown.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to add that to get help if you need it, CAPS is sometimes overbooked, but BetterHelp is an online therapy solution that gives financial aid to college students. So please get help because, it's hard sometimes being a senator, and it's hard, honestly, being a college student. So just make sure you are taking care of yourself and your needs. And I just wanted to give a resource to you all to let you know there are affordable options. There are more affordable options than most therapy.
Chair Duque.
Sorry, just very briefly. And Daisy, I appreciate your comment. I just want to let you all know that as a family member of someone who worked for BetterHelp, there are certainly much better options out there. So I want you all to keep in mind that, yes, help is better than no help, but there is better help than better help. That's all. I love you, Daisy. That's all.
Well, nice. Senate deliberations. Any senator wishing to enter a period of deliberation on a particular subject? Seeing none, moving into advisors' reports. Aloe.
Hello. A day at City Hall update from Jax. After talking with Chair Galloway, travel time should be included if you are a paid employee. So make sure that you're including that when you report your hours. You're still on SG business. What else? Oh yeah, so the diversity seminar from last week, we did an interfaith, or 2 weeks ago, I don't know, time's fake. The interfaith dialogue with Professor Zargar. He was so excited to work with student government, and he emailed me afterwards saying how great it was to speak with all of you. I really appreciate all of those senators who attended, especially those who participated. I know I had a really fun time. I think that faith is something that's really interesting to talk about. So I'm hoping to bring him back next semester. And I hope you all got something out of it as well. I know he was very conscious of taking up too much time pre-spring break. So I hope, even though it was a short one, it was a productive one. I know that we're still missing the voting record from 2 weeks ago because last week was kind of like a uncharacteristic week on campus. Brody and I have not been able to get into the chamber to get the voting record. So yeah, that's coming eventually. It's very long. I'm going to try to knock it out in one day. I probably won't get sent out tomorrow because tomorrow is Senate orientation. But I'm going to do my best to get it to you guys on Monday. We had a brief live stream issue during our move back to open forum. So if you are going back to rewatch, there may be a segment of time missing. I got locked out of the computer and did not know Brody's password. So that temporarily halted the live stream. And then I also just wanted to commend you all on the time and the dedication, especially SBA, that went into the Eternal Nights proclamations. I know that it can seem very redundant going through all of this text again and again and again. But like, and this isn't meant to sound condescending, just empathetic, the fact that these people have friends and they have families who the proclamations are going to mean a lot to. After my mom died, I had a friend who bought several trees to be planted in her name, and getting that certificate was like one of the most emotional moments following her death. So these kinds of things are important and they're very valuable to the people you make them for. And you are having a positive impact by putting this time and effort into them. So I want you to know that you are doing good, I guess. And again, I don't mean that to sound condescending. Just like as a sort of advisor, I'm proud of you all. And I think that it was beautiful work that you did on these proclamations. And with that being said, do we have any senator shout outs? I know it's late, but yeah, Duque.
I want to shout out Sierra Holmes for the work that she's doing on social media. She is acting like a real politician out there. She's doing a lot more than she should. And, you know, kudos to you. It's noticeable. It's stuff that's noticed. So that's all.
Chair Cerisi.
I'm going to make this super quick. Shout out to the Disability Caucus. Shout out to Senator Temple, Senator Mitchinson, Pro Tem Kehoe, Chair Bertram, members of exec, and others who attended the Disability Awareness Fair and are volunteered. Thank you all. I appreciate you.
Sorry, I'm typing absolutely as fast as I can. If I missed anyone, please add them and I'll accept the suggestion. Yes, Senator Mole.
Real quick, shout out to Chair Bertram for his fresh new spring break cut and for inspiring me to get my own fresh new cut.
Chair Gell.
Yeah, I just wanted to shout out, not a senator, but Miss Macias. I know it is very challenging kind of going, providing us with all this evidence and time consuming. So I really appreciate your insight on what we can do better. And just wanted to let you know that you are seen and we hear you and we will do our best to try and help you in any way we can.
Chair Holmes.
Thank you, Chair Duque, by the way. And also thank you, Chair Temple, for working on that resolution with me. It was something else, but we finished it. And then shout out to Vice Chair Costas for helping me get that opportunity to rally with YDSA. I just really appreciate it, seriously. And that's all from me.
Chair Bertram.
I wanted to thank everybody that helped work on the Eternal Nights proclamations. I know Aloe already spoke on it a bit, but it really means a lot to so many people, and it's one of many things that we could also be doing. But I just wanted to thank everyone.
Chair Temple.
Yeah, so I wanted to shout out Chair Cerisi for pulling the full trifecta, two pieces of legislation and an event all in the same week. Like, man, kudos to you. And then also Chair Holmes as well for working on those two pieces of legislation as well. Both of you had done such a tremendous work for your respective fields, and just kudos.
And DBT Bonifant. Yeah, I just wanted to shout out Holmes, Huerta, and Jacobs for being really vulnerable today. I always appreciate seeing that in people because I am very bad at it.
Thank you. Miscellaneous business, appointments, none. Nominations, none. Elections, none. Resignations, none. Reinstatements, none. Killer Couture, I already picked them out. Third place, Senator Moule, I like the tie. Second place, Chair Gell, I like the dress. And first place, very lucky in her green, Chair Cerisi. Chair Temple.
Move to adjourn pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Vice Chair Cerisi.
Y'all can hear me? Cool. Senator Hall, Kehoe,
Present.
Mole,
Here.
Matan,
Present.
Dench, absence, Richard,
Did you say Bertram?
Bertram,
Present.
Richard,
Present.
Mitchinson, Hedman, absent, Temple,
Present.
Ananobi,
Here.
Wanjin, or
Present.
Wanjin, I'm so sorry. Simcoe,
Present.
Amin, Bonifant,
Present.
Galloway, Foster, Gell,
Present.
Taylor, Patel, Jacobs,
Here.
Magdadaro, Costas,
Here.
Holmes, or Collins, I'm so sorry.
Present.
Holmes,
Present.
here, Duque,
I'm here, and I forgot to shout out Jax. This is, I think, the first time that we've had a Senate meeting with them here. I think we love you. Thank you.
Huerta, Jimenez,
Present.
Boyson,
Present.
23 out of 31.
11:48 p.m. That's so fun.